Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. About to get started soon. Alright. Gotta find the right scene here. Make sure everything's set up properly. Perfect, perfect. Oh, I know why. Did it come back? Did it come back now? Why for art thou? Are you not in place? It was working before I came, and it wants to embarrass me. It's fine. Story of my life, you know. 1 second. I'm gonna move it over to the other screen here. For some reason, it is not projecting anymore. Is this the right one? Yes. Amazing. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Let's talk about it. So this is a segment that I pretty much break down U.S. politics, things that's going on that's going to affect regular citizens. The word is scary, and it's also confusing. In this segment, I start as a blank slate, pretty much. I try to pick topics that are relevant, you know what I mean, like to what's going on, but there's not a lot of information out there for it, or either it could be a bit complex. And given that I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, I like to approach these things as a blank slate. You're a blank slate. We do the research together. Everything that I'm going to go over is going to be displayed in front of you. You're more than welcome to take screenshots and things of that nature. Write down sites, because we're not just going to be utilizing my 3 generators that I bought. I use the Grok, ChatGPT, as well as Perplexity. And that's just to make sure that we have all of our grounds covered. We're going to be using all 3 of those generators to dig up information. In these segments, I do want to find the fake as well as the real. I want to find all the information and kind of break it down in layman's term as much as possible, so that we can get a grasp of it. Because if I don't understand it, I have 1,000%, I have no doubt in my mind, if that I don't understand it, nobody else will, because I am not smart, you know. So if once I get the understanding of what's going on, I feel like then everybody else will pretty much probably would have caught on 9 rounds ago. So that's why these are so important. These let's talk about it segments are very important, because unfortunately, I don't know why or how, but mainstream social media, which is something that America should be able to rely on for news, things of that nature, whatever comes on the news station, doesn't always cover everything as much as it should. And if you have anything out there specifically that you want me to touch on, my DMs are open for that. This is a newer segment, so I completely understand why I haven't been reached out to yet. So, and also, well, that's just pretty much it. But I still am existing in every day, so I still see the things that's going on. I have 2 topics that we're going to talk about today that I think are relevant. We're going to talk about, above me here, the BBB, or the Big Beautiful Bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act here, and why that's important. Also, the government shutdown. There are 1,000 things that are relevant. There are so many things that are going on day by day. I mean, literally every single day that I open my precious little bunny eyes, there's another news segment that's super important to the world. Unfortunately, these things can run, even talking about one segment, I remember talking about one thing for like 2 hours. Unfortunately, I don't have 1,000 years to talk about everything that has been going on, nor do I want to glaze over anything. So I feel like if I talk about too much, then I'm going to try my best to keep it shorter and I don't want to do that. I want to get into as much detail as possible. I want to find the fake, the real, the phony. I want to find everything and unmask everything about this, and kind of break it down so that we can all understand it, okay? Perfect. So I do have a few videos that we're going to watch in the beginning, just to kind of give a groove into like what's going on exactly, and then we're going to start getting into the breakdowns of what's going on. So the first topic that we're going to be talking about is the big beautiful bill. I have a couple of videos already pulled just to kind of give us a video idea kind of what's going on, and then I take out things from those videos, things that I find that are important, and we just break the whole thing down. I've also taken the time to actually pull the big beautiful bill, the actual literal one, as well as a website you'll see in just a moment, where we're gonna actually see what's going on, what's the breakdown of it, and kind of get a better understanding of what's going on with that. So let's get started here. This is not a super big thing, but just kind
of on this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted.
Now the next one we have.
Your reaction to
This is Fox News covering it. They are saying that the big beautiful bill does exactly what Republicans said we do in November, and this is a representative speaking about it on Fox News.
what's underway right now in the chamber, and what you think the impact of this bill is?
Well, I have a big smile on my face because we will deliver for the American public today. We made the promises back in November that we would make America affordable again. We would help those folks hard hit by higher gas prices, food prices, rent prices because of the failed policies of Joe Biden and his friends. We're moving forward to keep our promises, and it's a refreshing thing as a new member of Congress that we're going to back up what we talked about on the campaign trail. And I'm so proud of President Trump. He actually is backing up his promises. And Mike Johnson, he is a miracle worker. He's been amazing bringing our caucus together to have this big victory for the American public today, helping people who have really been hard hit the last 4 years. I think I'm going to be walking out of here. Hopefully in the next 30 minutes, we'll be passing this bill. And again, I think it's so refreshing for everyone listening. For too long, they talk in Washington, D.C. Mike Johnson, Steve Scalise, of course, President Trump have been masterful in saying to the American public, we're going to put more money back in your pocket, especially those people who earn tips, who are earned overtime, and really those senior citizens who work their entire life. They're going to get a big tax cut on their Social Security bill.
Sounds like a dream. So right now, I am just asking some general questions. Really quickly, let me get that pulled up for you. Okay. This one, right? Nope. Not that one. I'm gonna get my stuff together one day. Oh my gosh. Wherefore art thou? This should be it right here, no? No, that's that. This is, no. That's that. This is that, right? 1 second, guys. I swear to goodness gracious, I did all of this before I started, and everything was working out just fine. All of a sudden, nothing wants to pull up the way I wanted to. What if I did this? What if I did that? Then it just goes away. That's upsetting. Yes, here we go. I had to find the right screen, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's doing that to me, but we got it and we're gonna get it, okay? So the first thing that I ask, and we're utilizing Grok for this one. If you can't see the little, or you can't see the little screen there, but that's okay. We are utilizing Grok, and I gotta find my mouse. Baby, honey child. Make that a little bigger there. Pull this out just a touch so we can all see what's going on. Amazing. Okay, now we should be locked and ready. So I'm utilizing Grok for the first question, and as you can see, I just asked Grok generally, have you read The Big Beautiful Bill? That's it. Where we don't tilt here. So it says, yes, I've dug into the One Big Beautiful Bill, and at that stage, we can see the HR1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is what it is called, which is officially the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, HR1, Public Law 119 to 21. It's that massive reconciliation bill signed by President Trump on July 4th of 2025. Another question that I do want to ask as well, let me just make a note of this before I forget, is when everything will hit, right? Because that's something that's important to me. Because they signed it in, and I understand that they signed it in, they passed it. And we're going to get also a breakdown of who passed it and who said yay and who said nay. That's something else I have pulled up as well. But I do want to kind of understand when the effects will really start hitting. You know what I mean? So let's say, when will the BBB, I apologize, that should be on silent. Shut your mouth. Okay, when will the BBB start to be felt? Or rather, what's the word I used earlier? Kind of start. Start isn't the right word though, right? We don't want start. Like, when will it, like, initiate? I would say, like, when will the effects start? When will the effects start? When will the BBB effects start? It's not quite the right word. It's not quite the right question that I want to get out. I want to know when the effects of the bill will start. When will the effects of the BBB start? Okay. To be felt by the people. That's a good question. Like your average Joe, like you and I, you know. Okay, so continuing forth here. Move out of the way. Also very important, I find this to be very important myself personally, is that all of my engines, they tell you where they're pulling this information from. So you can see here, if I hover over the link that they provided afterward, this is coming from the whitehouse.gov. So, and that's something else that I could literally like click on. We can open that up, and we'll get into all of that, but you'll see we're going to go to official websites. We're not just going to utilize the engines. We're going to veer off of that as well, so we can get a better understanding and also know that this is all legitimate. This is coming from government sites. This is coming from proper news outlets. I find that to be very important, just for my poor little psyche, you know, just to make sure that it's not just giving me a bunch of fluff. Like, you didn't just make this up. Like, this is coming from a place. Does that make any sense? It makes sense. So let's continue. It's that massive reconciliation bill signed by President Trump on July 4th of 2025. And July 4th is a while ago now. It seems like it's been thousands of years. It feels like. Maybe not thousands. Maybe that's a bit of exaggeration. At least 2. Okay. During the big Independence Day event at the White House, complete with fireworks and flyovers, clocking in at hundreds of pages. It is. I tried to print it off. Guys, that thing told me it was going to be 160. I ran out of pages. This is all I got. I tried to print it so I could reread it at my house. It was 165 pages. Baby. So you ain't about to play with my ink. I copied it and downloaded it, okay? The digital. But it's the real, like, the actual bill itself. It's not, and it came out to be really tiny. Look how tiny it printed. Like, bro, you playing with my ink, you playing with my paper, you playing with my soul. That shit ain't cheap. What's wrong with you? I digress. Clocking in at hundreds of pages, it's a sweeping piece of legislation that tackles everything from tax cuts to healthcare, overhauls, energy shifts, immigration enforcement, and more. It's basically Trump's second-term agenda crammed into one big, beautiful package. Excuse me. I don't know if anybody's been here for the last couple of days, but I have been working with my sinuses. Unfortunately, they've been torturing me. And I apologize about it if you hear any sniffles, if I have to blow my nose in a minute, or if you hear sneezing, if those kind of noises like turn you off, if you don't like that kind of deal, I would recommend that you maybe join me in another time, because my nose it hates me right now, and that's okay. It happens. So let's do this. Clocking in at hundreds of pages, I think it was about 165 pages, it's a sweeping piece of legislation that tackles everything from tax cuts to healthcare overhauls, energy shifts, immigration enforcement, and more. It's basically Trump's second-term agenda crammed into one big, beautiful package using budget reconciliation to dodge the Senate filibuster. What the fuck is a filibuster? What is a filibuster? What does that word mean? What does that word mean? What is filibuster? A filibuster is a parliamentary tactic. Bitch, parliamentary? Is that a word? Tactic used primarily. You gonna give me another word I don't understand. Primarily in the United States Senate to prolong debate and delay or prevent a final vote on a bill, resolution, or other legislation matter. It is most often associated with senators making extended speeches or even just threatening to do so as a way to block legislation supported by the majority. How would giving a long speech do that? Somebody explain it to me. Associated with senators making extended speeches. What does that have to do with legislation being supported? What? Core mechanics. The Senate allows for, I've seen that in the bill when I was doing a brief overview. The Senate and the House. I saw that. So we're going to get into what is that. What is the Senate and the House? What is that? The House is like the White House? That's my guess. And the Senate is like the congressman. That's my guess. What is, let's say, when it comes to bills, because this is like a legislation. When it comes to bills, who are you? I'm just kidding. Who are the Senate and the House? Because I don't quite understand who they are, what they represent. Like, does the House mean everybody in the White House? That means that currently that'll be the Trump administration. So everybody in the House is Trump's administration, and that's what they represent. And the Senate is like the people? Is it like the congressmen and the staff, maybe? I don't know. Let's find that out. The Senate allows for unlimited debate on most matters. This means a senator or group can keep discussion going indefinitely to prevent a vote from occurring. That sounds illegal. Cloture is the process. Cloture. Wow, we learn new things every day. Is the process by which the Senate can end a filibuster. This typically requires 3/5 of the Senate, currently 60 out of 100 senators. Oh, so it is the people's people. To agree to close debate and proceed to a vote. While a filibuster once required continuous speaking on the Senate floor, today, the mere threat of a filibuster often stalls action unless leadership is confident they have enough votes for cloture. A preliminary tactic used primarily in the United States Senate to prolong debate and delay or prevent a final vote. So the senator just stands and talks? core mechanics. The Senate allows for unlimited debate. Hold on. I don't want to spell it wrong. The only thing I'm getting from this is they're literally standing like behind a podium, I'm guessing, and just talking. Which, like, how? I'm confused. I have to see one. A filibuster, I already got that information. You gonna show me a video, bro? One classic example is the talking filibuster, where senators must physically hold the floor by speaking continuously. That's what I fucking thought. Famous ones include Strom Thurmond's 24-hour record in 1957 against civil rights legislation. Bro, what? In modern times, filibusters are often silent. How the fuck can you stand and talk silently? Just explain that to me. Via procedural threats, but they still spark intense debates, like efforts to reform or eliminate the rule requiring 60 votes to end one. The tactic has become more frequent, leading to gridlock, hence ongoing calls to reform if you meant something else by filibuster, like the historic pirate term. I don't mean pirates. We ain't talking about One Piece right now. Okay, that's my other segments. When a senator or group of senators prolong debate to delay or block a vote. But how? I feel like I'm slow. Do y'all get it? Does everybody out there get how somebody talking could delay a vote? A vote is if I have voting, understandably, somebody presents a bill, right? Like you want to say, hey, everybody that wear pink, they slay. Okay, that's what I'm voting for. That's what I want y'all to vote on. Yay or nay? Everybody that wears pink, they slay, honey. You put it up there, and then everybody says yay or nay. So they're telling me that my little bill that I just put up there, yay or nay, somebody can stand up and say, Bunny, hey, yep, and that will stop this from slaying. How does this work? How does it work? How can people talking do that? Okay, because I don't understand. Just tell him to shut the fuck up. I don't understand that. How can talking stop a bill? That don't make sense. Yeah, it does relate to filibusters. I'm glad you caught on. Parliaments? Talking can stop a bill from passing through a procedure known as a filibuster. That's what we're talking about. Yes, you're on point. Primarily in the United States Senate. A filibuster is an action where senators prolong debate to delay or entirely prevent a vote on a bill. Could they do that with the bill to let Epstein's files go as well? Could they filibuster that? Because I know they have, we're going to talk about that eventually in here, but they do have 217, and I think the last person, and there is a theory about that as well. Since I'm just talking about the government in general, I've heard a theory that they allowed the government shutdown to happen, because they don't want that last person to come in as the 218th vote to allow the Epstein files to be released. And that feels like a far stretch. Like like not a far stretch, but it feels like such a thing to do. Like you're gonna shut down the whole government to prevent one thing from, like, one little tiny thing from happening. Like that, to me personally, it sounds like how, like, it's not something, I don't put nothing past nobody, right? I feel like everybody is capable of anything, but a government shutdown to stop one vote doesn't make sense to me personally, because it's not something that can stay in effect, and there is no alternatives. Like after the government shutdown, everything is just going to proceed forward. You're not going to be able to stop it permanently. So I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around why a logical, sensical, smart, because politicians are smart, person would think that that would work. Like if that's their goal, to stop the one vote, what are you gonna do within the time that, between the time that it shuts down and opens back up? Because once it opens back up, the vote's gonna go through. Like, what are you gonna do? And then they're like, oh, they could declare something. They said, what did they say? They said they could declare war. No, that's not right. We gotta look into that. I'm gonna look into it because I'm curious now. Like, is it, what was it called? Something about the National Guard. Something about, oh my God, what did they say? Hold on. How theories, maybe? Because we're gonna get into that too. Because it just sounds so, it's like, what's the equivalent? Oh my God, there's no equivalent, huh? Maybe. There's truly no equivalent to this story. Like I usually am very good with finding things that are similar to what I'm talking about, and just to give it like a breakdown. I'm usually very good at that, and I can't find any equivalent. I guess the only thing I can really think of is like if your child gets bit by a little ant, and then you go and hire an exterminator to like exterminate all the ants, but that don't quite equal what I'm talking about either. We'll get into that. But let's see how this works exactly, because I'm still confused about this filibuster situation. This tactic exploits the Senate's rules, allowing for extended discussion, effectively blocking the legislative process unless overcome. That's what I'm saying. How so? How, Quan? How it works step by step. Okay, thank you. Freaking frock. Okay, because I'm confused. Excuse me. Initiating the filibuster. When a bill is up for consideration, a senator or group of senators can take the floor and speak for as long as they wish. Historically, this meant continuous talking, sometimes for hours or days, reading from books, reciting poems, or discussing unrelated topics to run out the clock. Why? Delaying the vote. The Senate cannot proceed to a vote while the filibuster is ongoing because the floor is occupied. Okay, this prevents the majority from passing the bill quickly. Okay. Modern silent filibusters. Today, filibusters are often procedural rather than requiring nonstop speech. A senator can simply object to unanimous consent to end debate or signal intent to filibuster, shifting the burden to the majority to invoke cloture. Ending the filibuster with cloture. To stop it, supporters from the bill must file a cloture motion, which requires a 3/5 majority to pass. If successful, debate is limited to 30 additional hours. Bitch, I thought it was going to say 30 minutes. That motherfucker said hours. Did I read that right? If successful, debate is limited to 30 additional hours before a vote. If not, the bill can be stalled indefinitely. why does this just feel dirty? It just feels illegal. Doesn't it feel touch illegal to you? Just a little drop of illegality. Historical context and impact. Filibusters have been used to block significant legislation. Wow, I didn't know that existed. Such as civil rights bills in the mid 20th century. For example, Southern senators filibustered anti-lynching laws and the For example, Southern senators filibustered. I want to wrap my brain around it. That's why I keep reading it like that, because I want to understand what each word means and what they're trying to tell me right now, because I know this don't mean what I think it means. And I'm not going to get frustrated. It's okay. This is something that happened a long time ago. For example, Southern senators filibustered anti-lynching laws and the Civil Rights Act of 1957. The longest recorded filibuster was by Storm Thurmond in 1957, lasting over 24 hours. We heard about the Strom, whatever his name is. In recent years, the use of filibusters has increased dramatically, leading to gridlock and calls for reform or abolition. It's not mentioned in the Constitution, but it evolved from Senate rules to protect majority rights. Though critics argue it gives undue power to the minority and slows progress. Okay, I can see how they... Okay. I didn't understand it. The pieces really put together when they said that the floor is occupied. That makes sense, because if you can't put multiple things that don't go together in the microwave. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just put a biscuit in there with some mashed potatoes. You got to put them in there different times because they need different things, right? So once people are on the floor, I can see how it stops it. But at the same time, they also have something in place, the cloture, to stop the filibuster from getting out of control. So it seems like this thing is imbalanced, but at the same time they did put something in place to kind of make sure it's balanced out. But it does, like, I can see how it's working. I can see how that works. So let's move forward here. Okay, we got the vote. We got what's the whoops, I lost my page. We got what's a filibuster. Okay, so it's basically Trump's second term agenda crammed into one big beautiful package, using budget reconciliation to dodge the Senate filibuster. So using budget reconciliation to dodge the Senate filibuster. So they did something in the bill to dodge this filibuster process. So the Senate, the people's Senate, the people that work for the people, you know, our elected officials. There it is. Bam. Our elected officials, they put something in the bill so that the elected officials cannot filibuster this bill. So they can't get on the floor and say, yep. Here's a breakdown of what stands out based on the full text, summaries, and analysis I pulled. So we're going to go through the breakdown here, and I also have the actual bill that I'm going to be pulling up here. There it is. Okay. I had to make sure I had it pulled. So the bill is over here, and we're going to go over that as well. So let's see. Let's get that pulled up here. Whoopsie poopsie. Interesting. Oh, that's what I did. I was like, why for art thou? It's not doing what I wanted to do though. And that's okay. We're gonna work with what we got. Cause I don't understand why it's doing like that. Is it because of one page to the other? Yeah, I think so. Okay, perfect. So we can see most of the screen. I really would prefer to see the whole thing. I would prefer to see the whole thing. I'm a picky person, I guess. I just can't. Maybe I'm just like my mother. She's never satisfied. Hey. Oh, is it locked? No. Why far art thou though? Why is it doing me like this? I'm trying to understand why it's doing this. Why does it look like that? Why do you look like that? Oh, I know. Hold on. I think I got it, guys. Is that it? No, wait. No, that's gonna change just the shape. Right? Yeah, that's just changing the shape. But it's not changing how much of the screen I see. Why for art thou? Is it because of this? No, I made it worse. Why for art thou? Should I pull it out and make it its own man? That make it better? Maybe I need to make it its own person. 1 second. This will be the bill. I'm gonna separate it. Did that make it better? Yes. See? Some things just like to be independent. Just want to stand up on its own precious little 2 feet, you know? Now, let's do this. We got the bill. We got word. We're going to put word above. We're going to put the bill right under. Above that. And then close this really quickly so I can move this. Bam. And then undo that. And boom. Look at us. On top of it, baby. So, we have the bill pulled up here. The bill is its own little thing. All right, so we're gonna go over the bill. We got the actual, and this is from the congress.gov, so it's a legitimate website. This is the actual bill. So we're gonna get the breakdown, pretty much how Grok breaks down the important bits that they find important, and then we're going to go over the breakdown as far as what is actually like the summary of the bill and things of that nature. You know, we're also going to touch on when these things are going to go into effect. I'm thinking that is actually going to be in the Grok part. So let's find out. So let's get this going here. Let's move that above. Whoop, nope, not that one. This one. Guys, I will be a professional one day. Not today. But let's move forward. History and passage. It started brewing right after the 2024 elections when Republicans held the House, and they still do, and flipped the Senate. I almost said something else. Trump pushed for one big beautiful bill to handle expiring 2017 tax cuts, border security, and other priorities instead of piecemeal laws. Negotiations kicked off in December of 2024 with House Republicans hashing it out at Fort Leslie J. McNair in January of 2025. They passed the budget resolutions in February through April of 2025. Then the House approved the bill on May 22nd, 15-14. I thought they said it was 18-14, 218 to 214. That's what they just said, no? We'll find out, baby. We're gonna find out. That's why I say we gotta find the fake. You gotta find the real. You gotta find who's lying, and you gotta find, because who's lying is very important. That wasn't that one. That was this one. Who's lying is very important because your character is in question. And I personally hate a liar. I don't have the brain capacity to lie. Honestly, I'm very terrible at it. I give myself away very often. That's why I can't be a criminal, because I would just talk about my criminal activities just openly. Probably the person that I'm talking to is probably gonna be undercover. I can't put myself in these situations. I got anxiety. Honey, I just don't have the mental capacity. And also, people that lie have to keep up with their lies. You know how bad my memory is? I would lie about something today, and tomorrow you ask me the same question, and I just tell the truth. And you'll be like, wait, didn't you say something yesterday? I'm like, oh, shit, I did. Oh, what? Oh, man, what? Oh, it's Tuesday, I gotta go. That's what I'll be doing. That's why I can't lie. I can't be a liar. I can't remember shit. My memory is absolute trash. I can't. I just don't have the capacity, and I can't stand people that do. So we're gonna find out. We're gonna flush you out, okay? You bubble blowers. I'm just kidding. That's a SpongeBob reference. I apologize. I love SpongeBob. But let's move on. Negotiations, blah, 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 blah. They passed the budget resolution. We're going to figure out that 215 to 214 situation as well. Super tight. The Senate on July 1st, 51 to 50, with VP Vance breaking the tie after a marathon vote at Rama. And the House sealed it on July 3rd. Democrats opposed it unanimously. Okay, I love that. That's interesting. You never really see people on a unanimous vote. That's what I'm saying. Like, usually, there's like a mixed bag. No matter what they're voting on, there's a mixed bag. So the Democrats opposed it unanimously is a very interesting statement. And some Republicans like Rand Paul and Susie Collins voted no over spending concerns. Okay. The Senate parliamentarian nixed parts under the Beard rule, like capping CFPB funding or repealing gun silencers taxes. Let me read that again. The Senate parliamentarian nixed parts under the Bride rule, like capping CFPB funding or repealing gun silencer taxes. Repealing, like rejecting. Okay. Though a Senate silencer tax repeal snuck in elsewhere. Ooh, so they tried to get rid of it and they still snuck it in there. Okay, you dirty dirties. Let's see what we got going on. Key provisions. Organized into titles from various committees. It's a beast. It's a beast. Here's the gist. Taxes. Big focus. Big focus. Okay, my little tiny head, big focus. Preliminary extends the 2017 tax cuts in Jobs Act's individual rates, 10 to 37%. I'm going to read that one more time just so I understand what I'm saying. Preliminary, no, that's not what I said. Permanently, bitch, I said preliminary. Permanently extends the 2017 tax cuts and Job Act's individual rates. So it permanently extends those from 10 to 37%. Standard deductions and child tax credit up to $2,200 per kid. Inflation adjusted. New perks include deductions for tips up to $25,000. Overtime, $12,500 single, $25,000 joint. An auto loan interest on U.S. made cars, $10,000. Businesses get permanent 100% bonus depreciation, full R&D expensing, domestic only. That means in-house. That means in the United States. And a 20% pass-through deduction. Estate tax exemptions jumps to 15 million. Estate tax exemptions? Okay. There's a 1% excise tax on remittances and boosts for things like semiconductor credits, 35%, and low income housing. Trump accounts are new tax deferred savings for kids under 18, up to $5,000 a year, contributions plus 1,000 federal seed for 2025 to 2028 births. Do y'all understand what I just read? Let's break this down. Permanently extends the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act's individual rates 10 to 37%. I understand that. But what is the 2017 tax cuts? What is that? In Job Act's individual rates. What is that? What is that exactly? What is it? What are those? What is that? Job Acts. What is that? What is that? Let's get another one. We got ChatGPT up for this one. Because I don't know what the hell that is. It's going to take a minute to cook. Still cooking. Assessing potential impacts. You taking a long time to cook, baby. You need to pop that thing in the air fryer. I like that little music. I don't know if anybody else out there likes that little music, but I do. I'm not gonna do it again, just in case it's annoying. I like it though. Oh boy, chat. Is it very complex? Are the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Okay, we're going to go back. We're going to do a little more reading to get an understanding of what it is. But we're going to go back to that. It must be a complex thing. Standard deductions and child tax credit up to $2,200 per kid, inflation adjusted. Standard deductions and child tax credit. What the fuck is a child check? Like when you file for taxes? Okay. Child tax credit. Okay. Up to $2,200 per kid, inflation adjusted. Is that okay? Perks. New perks include deductions for tips and auto interest on the U.S. made cars. Okay, a perk is a good thing, which is good. Deductions on tips. What kind of tips? They mean like you just tipping your server? What kind of tips? What are they talking about? Let's check on ChatGPT, who is still cooking. Okay, we're gonna open Grok and we're gonna figure this out. Standard deductions and tax. What's the first thing? Standard deductions and child tax credit. What does this mean? Let's see if chat is done thinking. Chat GPT, bro, you need to think faster. Think faster, my guy. We got the filibusters done. We're going to close that one. Because I don't want to make so many pages that I confuse myself. Okay? Oh, that's my laugh. Hi, everybody from YouTube in the future. You're not here now, but you'll be here soon. Oh! I closed one that I didn't mean to close. Look at me messing around. Reopen. Where are you for art thou? Where are you? Where are you, damn it? This is just my music. This has to be complex. It has to be, guys. There's no reason to think that long. Okay, we got that done. I'm just closing unnecessary pages so I don't get confused. Okay, that's the breakdown. We're going to go over that next. I'm going to move this. Okay, here we go. Grok is done thinking. Chat GPT is outshining you right now, bro. Here we go. Standard deductions on the One Big Beautiful Bill. And we're accurate on that one. The One Big Beautiful Bill passed in 2025 extends and enhances the standard deduction provisions originally introduced in 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which were set to expire after 2025. Without this bill, the standard deduction would have reverted to roughly half its current value. Instead, the OBBB makes the higher TCJA levels permanent and includes a slight boost base standard deduction amounts. For married couples filing jointly, referred to as families in some contexts, the deduction is increased to $31,500. This applies to tax years starting in 2025 and it's permanent. Additional deductions. One of my screens just went black. 1 second. What? Both of my screens went black. What? Somebody trying to take me down. Oh my gosh. Somebody trying to stop the flow. They won't stop me. Okay. For some reason, my screens did go black for a moment, but we're back it up in action. Okay. Okay. Additional deduction for seniors. A new temporary bonus. Wait, did I read all the first one? This applies to tax years starting in 2025 and is permanent. Okay. A new temporary bonus deduction of $6,000 is available for individuals aged 65 and older. This is additional deduction for seniors, okay? Senior citizens, 65 and older. Or $12,000 for married couples where both qualify, effective from 2025 through 2028. This is in addition to the existing extra standard deduction for seniors, around $2,000 for singles and $1,600 per spouse for joint filers. For example, a single filer age 65 plus could have a total standard deduction up to approximately $23,750. Married couples, both age 65 plus, could reach up to $46,700. Eligibility and phase outs. The base deduction is available to most individual taxpayers who don't itemize. The senior bonus requires the taxpayer to be 65 or older by the end of the tax year and include a social security number on the return. It phases out for modified adjusted gross income or MAGI over $75,000 for singles and $150,000 for joint filers, and is fully eliminated at $1,750,000 for singles, $250,000 for joint filers. Okay, that makes sense. You don't want to get them out of control. Keynotes. This deduction reduces taxable income. This deduction reduces taxable income, potentially lowering or eliminating taxes on Social Security benefits for some, but it doesn't affect Medicare surcharges. Okay, that sounds good. Let's see, child tax credit. The OBBB also permanently extends the increases the child tax credit from the TCJA, which had boosted it from $1,000 to $2,000 per child, but was scheduled to expire after 2025. The bill prevents a reduction back to $1,000 and adds enhancements for over 40 million families, which is really good. That sounds great. Excuse me. I'm so gassy. I apologize. Credit amounts. For 2025 tax year, the CTC is $2,200 per qualifying child under the age of 17, up to $2,000. Starting in 2026, this amount will adjust annually for inflation. The refundable portion, additional child tax credit, or the ACTC, is set at $1,400 per child and will also inflate annually, allowing refunds even if the credit exceeds your tax liability. Okay, eligibility. Available to parents or guardians with qualifying dependent children under 17 who meet the IRS dependency rules. I'm pretty sure you just need like a social security card and things of that nature. You just need to be born in America, social security card, ID. Well, kids don't have ID. It's just social security card. I'm guessing birth certificate, things of that nature. The child must live with you for more than 17 or for more than half. The child must live with you for more than half the year and not provide more than half their own support. How would they do that? How would a child under 17 provide half their own support? Oh, I did get my job at 16, huh? I started working when I was 16, I guess. A social security number is required for the child, with strengthened protections to ensure benefits go to U.S. families. There's also a separate $500 credit for other dependents, older children, or relatives. Phase outs. The credit begins to phase out at MAGI or $200,000 for single fillers, $400,000 for married filing jointly. Okay, effective dates. Changes apply starting with the 2025 tax year and are permanent, except for any temporary boosts in related credits. My sound is going right. I'll just double check it. Sorry. Related notes. The bill also enhances the child and dependent care credit separate from the CTC starting in 2026, increasing it up to 50% of qualifying expenses, $3,000 for one child, okay, $6,000 for two or more. Okay, so they're trying to give incentives for birth. I understand that. But with the AGI, we are in the worst birth rate that we've been in a bit. So our birth rate is like bloop, bloop, bloop. So I understand what they're trying to do here. Base reductions, consult the IRS or a tax professional for your specific situation, as these are general summaries. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I got a better understanding of that. That's amazing. Did you finish thinking? Girl. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, or the TCJA, is the common name for Public Law 115 through 97, signed December 22nd, 2017. The statute's official title is an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to the titles 2 and 5 of the concurrent resolution in the budget for fiscal year 2018. Why is that the title? Why is it so long? The short title, TCJA, was dropped during the Senate process, but the nickname stuck. It's a nickname! That's cute! Sorry, it's not cute. It's a bill. It's a bill. It's gotta be serious. What it did, high level, businesses. Okay, here we go. This is what it did. This is the meat and potatoes, and then we'll get to all the little sides. Businesses cut the federal corporate income tax rate to 21% and repealed the corporate AMT. These are permanent in statute. Okay. Pass-throughs, sole proprietors, partnerships, S-corps created the 20% QBI deduction, section 199A, for qualified income subject to limits. This provision is temporary and scheduled to sunset after 2025. And that's not one of the things that they touched on in the OBBBA. OBBBA. That's what I say, right? OBBBA. Is that right? OBBB. I said too many B's. I knew I was saying too many B's. OBBB. That's it. Investment and financing rules allowed 100% bonus depreciation for new qualifying assets beginning in 2018, with a scheduled phase down after 2022. Tightened interest deduction limits. 163J changed NOL rules, required R&D costs to be amortized beginning in 2022. Internal tax overhaul, moved toward a more territorial system. 100% DRD for certain foreign dividends, and added new guardrails, GILTI, FDD, FD1II, and BEAT, the beat, plus a one-time transition or reparation tax of 15.5% on cash and 8% on illiquid earnings. I wonder why it's such a difference. But you know, a lot of people charge different things for tax than credit. You know what I mean? Individuals lowered and respaced tax brackets to 10, 12, 22, 24, 32, 35, and 37. Nearly doubled the standard deduction. Suspended personal exemptions. Expanded the child tax credit to $2,000 with higher phase outs, and capped the state and local tax SALT deduction at $10,000. Okay, these and most other individual changes are temporary. Okay. Let's see what's scheduled to happen after 2025, absent new legislation. Most individual provisions, the rate cuts, brackets, larger standard deductions, suspended personal exemptions, 10,000 SALT cap, expanded CTC, higher AMT exemptions, 199A pass-through deduction, the 7,000 or 750,000 mortgage interest limit. Wow. Okay. That's very important. Are set to expire on December 31st. Okay, that's this year, guys. That's this year. That's within a couple of months here. Okay. With many items reverting to pre-TCJA rules in 2026. Some business phase outs like bonus depreciation continue beyond 2025. In their preset schedules, the 21 corporate rate remains unless changed by new law. They didn't touch those in the OBBBA. Okay. Let's see. So that is very important. Okay. Oh, we read all that. Okay. I'm going to move forward here. Going back to the big beautiful bill. Now we have a better understanding. Permanently extends the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act. We have a better understanding of what those are. Excuse me. Standard deductions and child tax credit. Okay, we got that. New perks include deductions for tips. Okay. That's for service workers, right? I don't want to assume. Deductions for tips and auto loan interest on U.S. made cars, $10,000. And auto loan interest. New perks include deductions. I get it. Okay. Deductions. And new perks include deductions for tips. So if that is what I'm thinking. And auto loan interest on US made cars. Okay, so you will get a deduction on your auto loan interest. It'll go from let's just say 5% to 2, for example. That's what they mean. Okay. It took me a minute to connect those dots. I didn't understand. Businesses get permanent 100% bonus depreciation. That's crazy. What does that mean exactly? What does this mean? Let's go to perplexity this time. What does this mean? I don't understand what that is. Oh, you so fast! Permanent 100% bonus depreciation means businesses can immediately deduct the entire cost of most qualifying business assets, such as equipment, machinery, computers, software, furniture, and certain building improvements. Which means businesses can immediately deduct the entire cost of most qualifying business assets. Immediately deducted. Deducted from what? What? Such as equipment, machinery, computers, software, furniture, and certain building improvements. When they are placed into service, rather than depreciating them incrementally over several years as traditionally required by tax law, and that just means that whatever you're utilizing loses value. This majority tax incentive was reinstated and made a permanent feature of the tax code, starting with assets acquired and placed in service after January 19 of 2025, following new legislation known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Key implications. Businesses receive an upfront deduction that can significantly lower their tax burden for the year the asset is acquired. The law provides certainty for long-term tax planning, encouraging business investment, improving cash flow, and boosting economic growth. Eligible assets are limited to those with a recovery period of 20 years or less, such as vehicles, equipment, computers, and some interior improvements of commercial property. Okay. Okay, I get what they're saying. I get what they're getting at. Full R&D expensing, domestic only. Full R&D expensing. What is that? There's so many things I don't know. Full R&D expensing means businesses are allowed to immediately deduct the entire amount of their domestic research and development, or R&D. Ooh, who knew R&D was domestic research and development? I did. I lied. Expenditures from their taxable income in the year those expenses occur, rather than having to spread those deductions over several years through amortization. Research and development. Recent legislative change. Prior to 2025, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act required businesses to capitalize and amortize their domestic R&D, research and development, expenses over 5 years. 15 years for foreign research and development. I'm going to keep saying it because I know it now. Which increased tax bills and compliance complexity for many companies. New legislation passed in 2025, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, reversed this requirement, allowing for immediate full expensing of qualified domestic research and development costs for tax years beginning after December 31st of 2024. I'm trying to understand what that means. It required businesses to capitalize and amortize their domestic research and development expenses over 5 years. Maybe that's where I'm confused, because I don't know what those words mean. What do you mean? What does that mean? To capitalize and amortize their domestic expenses? What does that mean? What does this mean? To capitalize and amortize domestic R&D or research and development expenses over 5 years means businesses are not allowed to immediately deduct the full amount of their U.S. research costs in the year they are acquired. Instead, they must record these costs as assets, capitalize them, then deduct equal parts of the expense over a 5-year period, amortize them. They must record these costs as assets. That's what capitalize them mean. Okay. Then deduct equal parts of this expense over a 5-year period. And that's what amortize mean. This spreads the tax benefit of the deduction out, delaying some of the relief until future years. How it works. If a company spends If a company spent $1 million on domestic research and development in 1 year, it would only deduct $200,000 per year for 5 years instead of the full $1 million right away. Okay, only half the regular annual deduction is allowed in the first year due to a mid-year convention. So the deduction in year one would be $100,000, followed by $200,000 each year for 4 years, and the remaining $100,000 in the final year. The rule for foreign or research and development is even longer. Those costs must be amortized, and amortized is when you pay it over an extended period of time, over 15 years. Oh, okay. I get that. I get it. Whoops. Okay, so for research and development expenses, domestic only, so only if you're doing your research and development in America. So they gave full expenses. Okay. And a 20% pass-through deduction. Pass through what? A donut hole? What you talking about? What does that mean? And a 20% pass-through deduction. Pass through who? Pass through what? Are you saying if a business just so happen to be coming through real quick? Pass through who? A 20% pass-through deduction means owners of certain businesses, specifically sole proprietorships, partnerships, S corporations, and some trusts and estates, can deduct up to 20% of their qualified business income, or QBI, from their taxable income on their individual tax returns. This deduction is also known as the qualified business income deduction, or Section 199A. Section 199A keeps coming back up. Deduction. How it works. Pass-through businesses do not pay corporate income tax. Instead, their profits pass through to the owners, who report the income on their personal tax returns. Pass-through business. Sole proprietorships, partnerships, S corporations, and some trusts and estates. So you're saying that specific businesses get to put their taxes on their personal taxes and not through, because business and personal is supposed to be separate. So when you create an LLC, you create a business, you're supposed to create a tax bracket for that business, and that business also can have its own business bank accounts, things of that nature. It's supposed to be a separate thing. So even if your business goes bankrupt, the reason is, I believe, if I have this correct, is that even if your business bankrupts and your business goes under, your personal is protected. Does that make sense? But what this is saying is that if you're a pass-through business, you can technically put all of your tax stuff and attach it to your personal stuff. That's very lucrative. The 20% deduction applies to net profits, QBI, from the business, and can also apply to certain real estate investment trust, or REIT, dividends, and publicly traded partnerships income. For example, if a sole proprietor has $100,000 in qualified business income, they can deduct $20,000 before calculating their taxable income. Limitations. The deduction is subject to various limits and phase-outs, especially the higher income individuals and those in specified service industries such as law, accounting, health, and consulting. Income earned as an employee or through C corporations does not qualify. The deduction is currently scheduled to expire at the end of 2025 unless extended by the Congress. Okay. I get what they're saying. I get what that is now. Cool. Moving forward. Estate tax exemption jumps to $15 million. There's a 1% excise tax on remittances and boosts of things like semiconductor credits, 35%, and low-income housing. Trump accounts are new tax deferred savings for kids under 18, up to $5,000 a year contributions plus 1,000 federal seed for 2025 to 2028. Healthcare and social programs. Over 1.2 trillion in Medicaid cuts through work requirements. 18 hours a month for ages 16 or 19 to 64. Over 1.2 trillion in Medicaid cuts through work requirements. Okay. 18 hours slash month for ages, so 18 hours a month for ages 19 through 64. Eligibility checks every 6 months and bearing Planned Parenthood funding for a year. Though a court injunction hit that. SNAP gets 186 billion trimmed with tougher work rules and error penalties for states. Okay. HSA expand for telehealth and direct primary care. Dependent care FSAs rise to 7,500. Medicare tweaks Medicare tweaks exempt more orphan drugs. Am I reading this like this, or is this what it say? Medicare tweaks exempt more orphan drugs from price negotiations. Medicare tweaks what? Medicare tweaks. Maybe they need a comma. Medicare tweaks exempt more orphan drugs from price negotiation. Medicare tweaks that. They tweaked Medicare to exempt more orphan drugs from price negotiation. Orphan drugs? Are those drugs that haven't been tested? 50 billion goes to a rural hospital fund. Rural? Let's break this down, because I'm confused. So we have over 1.2 trillion in Medicaid cuts through work requirements. 18 hours a month for ages 19 to 64. So let's break that down. What does that mean exactly? Because this sounds like a lot, and it sounds like why would you do that? So let's get this broken down here. So we already have Grok, we got the Perplexity did think really fast, so let's go back to this one. And then we are focused on a breakdown here. So let's do a breakdown. Because I need to see what's going on. Like, it sounds, why would you do that? Is it going somewhere else? You see what I'm saying? Like, why would you cut Medicaid? Like, that's so important to so many people. For what? Why? So the One Big Beautiful Bill Act enacted federal Medicaid cuts totaling 1.2 trillion. That's a lot of money. Through sweeping new work requirements for adults ages 19 to 64. Primarily targeting those covered under the Affordable Care Act, which, okay, we know what that is. Expansion population. These requirements mandate 80 hours per month of qualifying activity, work, job training, school, or volunteering, starting in 2027. Okay, starting in 2027. Okay. That's something else that we was going to hit on as well. We see over here that we want to know, when will the effects of the BBB start? So specifically for this exact Medicaid cut, it won't be enacted until 2027. Is there anything that we could do before then? We'll find out. Actually, let's make a note of that. Where are you for? Wherefore art thou? There you are. You big, beautiful paper. So, can the OBBBA be affected, or changed rather, before it comes into action, I want to say, kind of before it's enacted. Bitch, is it spelled with an E? Damn, I knew it. I knew it was spelled with an E, and I pushed I anyway. Anywho, that's forever solidified. That's okay. It's fine. I know how to spell. I know. Oh, these are the things that cause me so much anxiety. These requirements mandate 80 hours per month for qualifying activity starting in 2027 unless individuals meet certain exemptions such as disability, pregnancy, caretaking responsibilities, or tribal membership. Breakdown of Medicaid cuts elements. Okay, this is what I want. This is the meat and potatoes. Work requirements. $326 billion just for this part. The largest single component of the cuts, $326 billion over 10 years, comes from mandating ACA, which is the Affordable Care Act, expansion adults comes from mandating ACA expansion adults to complete and report at least 80 hours per month of qualifying work or service activities. So they're saying that you have to work 80 hours of the qualifying work, which is what we just went over, the volunteer, the schooling, this is that and the other, in order for you to get your insurance. So just being alive isn't enough. Living and breathing, being born into this world, not enough. You gotta fucking work, okay? One of my screens just went black again. Both of my screens went black again. This doesn't happen so often at all like this. Why? Why for art thou? Is it my wheelchair? Is it my wheelchair hitting stuff? Might be my wheelchair, guys. Let me adjust a tiny bit here. So they're saying you're required to do so much stuff in order for you to get your insurance here. Reporting and redetermination, $63 billion. Eligibility redetermination, I apologize, will occur every 6 months, substantially increasing administrative complexity and projected savings through coverage losses. Let me just think about that for a second. Let me just cook on that. Let my little brain cook. Eligibility redetermination. So if you were eligible, you have to qualify. And I think they said that was every 6 months. Will occur every 6 months. Yes. Sustainability, increasing administrative complexity, okay, and projected savings through coverage losses. Okay, so they're saying because they're increasing how often you have to qualify for this thing, it's making it much more complex. It's putting a lot of more cogs into play here. Provider payment changes, $191 billion. A moratorium on new/increased provider taxes and a reduction in current provider taxes for expansion states constitute a major share of the cuts. You know what moratorium is? Did you think I was going to say it? Because I don't know. A moratorium on new or increased provider taxes and a reduction in current provider taxes for expansion states constitute a major share of the cuts. What does that mean? What does that mean? A moratorium on new... I'm rereading it over and over like I'm gonna understand what it means. Like if I read it 10 times, guys, it's gonna click. Let's look it up. Because I don't get what a moratorium is. I don't know what any of these words mean. And we're going to find out. We're going to give ChatGPT one more chance to redeem itself in its slow processing. Because that was really ridiculous. I will cut you like a bad habit. What does that mean? A moratorium. Chat GPT. Bro, you're about to get cut. Is this the fastest one that I have? Research. Grade intelligence. Okay, maybe that's why I did get the best one. So it has to do like hard research. We're going to give you a bit to think. But everybody else is just as smart. And they coming up out of this thing. We're like, damn, okay? So we're going to look this one up in a bit, okay? We're going to come back to that one. State-directed payment revisions, which is state-directed payment revisions. Okay, I get what that is. 149 billion, okay? Revised payment limitations for certain Medicaid state-directed payment initiatives reduce spending further. I thought I knew what it was. Revised payment limits for certain Medicaid state-directed. I see what they're saying here. Okay. Let's break this down. Revised payment limits for certain Medicaid state-directed payment initiatives reduce spending further. So they're putting a cap on it, pretty much. So for certain Medicaid state-directed payments, they're saying you can only give so much. So, like, for example, previously, let's just say they were like, it could be like 100,000. They're like, no, we're going to revise that. It's going to be 50,000. You see what I'm saying? And they reduce the spending for those Medicaid states, which is what Medicaid states is the one that needs it. But we're gonna break off from that. We understand what that means. Other backloaded cuts. Backloaded cuts. That's not good. Additional reductions stem from changes in matching funds and tightened eligibility review, with over 3/4 of cuts occurring between 2030 and 2034. What? You can affect something that far in the future? I'm sorry, I'm just reading it silently again just to wrap my brain around what the fuck they just said. I mean, sorry, YouTube, what the freak they just said. I apologize, YouTube. Okay, I got a potty mouth. Please forgive me. Changes in matching funds and tightened eligibility review, with over 3/4 of cuts occurring. 3/4. 3/4? There's only 4 quarters in a dollar. Are they saying what I think? Over 3/4 of the cuts occurring between. So this ain't shit compared to this. In other words, unless I'm understanding that incorrectly. Okay, hold on. This is another reason why we have to figure out when these things come into effect, because it might seem like it's not bad right now. This to me personally feels very, what's the word? This feels very future US issue. This feels like this is the future US problem. We're gonna put this into action right now, but this problem is for the future. Future America, this gonna be on you, okay? Because I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like you. What cuts? But wait. We're gonna get into that because I have to figure out what does this mean? Does that mean that all of this isn't gonna come into effect until 2030 and 2034? Let's check on ChatGPT. The question was, what is a moratorium on new increased provider taxes and a reduction in current provider taxes for expansion states constitute a majority share of the cuts? I don't understand what that statement means, so we're gonna get a breakdown here. It looks like you're asking, what is the policy phrase mean, which is what I am asking. It's health policy jargon. That's so insulting. I'm sorry, I don't know why I thought that was so funny. Here's a plain English translation. Please give me it. Thank ChatGPT. You know what? You got your motherfucking points back. Okay. I like you. I like the way you talking to me. In plain English, yes. The plan would ban states from creating or raising provider taxes and would force Medicaid expansion states to lower the provider taxes they already have. Because states use these taxes to help fund Medicaid and pull in large amounts of federal matching dollars, limiting them would drive big reduction in Medicaid spending. That's why this item makes up a large share of the overall cuts. What does the terms mean? Please explain. Provider taxes, because this is what they were saying here. Provider taxes. It says the plan would ban states from creating or raising provider taxes. So it's very important to understand what the provider taxes is that they are banning, right? They're banning states from creating or raising these taxes. So what are they? Provider taxes, state taxes or assessments on healthcare providers, commonly hospitals, nursing homes, and Medicaid managed care plans. States often use the revenue to cover part of their Medicaid costs, which then draws federal matching funds. So what I'm guessing is federal matching funds means that I, as a Medicaid representative, have, let's say, Susie under my thingy, right? So her Medicaid cost over, let's say, a course of a year was $100,000. That's very expensive. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with Susie. I'm sorry, that number just came out of nowhere. But let's just go with it. So $100,000. I spent that on Medicaid. I'm a representative. I do some paperwork and I say, hey, government, I spent $100,000 to cover Susie this year. I need you to match that so I don't go broke, is what I'm guessing that means. A moratorium on new increased provider taxes, a ban, often framed as temporary, on creating new provider taxes or raising the rates of existing ones. On creating new provider taxes or raising the rates of existing ones. Okay, we get that. Moratorium, which is a ban. A moratorium is a ban. Why didn't they just say ban? Okay, is it... Okay, moratorium is a ban. It's like neglect. It's like, stop. Reduction on current provider taxes for expansion states. A requirement that states that expanded Medicaid under the ACA, i.e. expansion states, the ACA is the Affordable Care Act, lower the provider tax rates they already levy. Okay. So if you are a state that expanded Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act, then it's going to make you lower the provider tax rates they already levy. Okay, and constitute a majority share of cuts. Among all the spending reductions in the proposal, these provider tax restrictions account for a large portion of the total dollar cuts. Why this leads to big cuts. Medicaid is co-funded. States put in dollars and the federal government matches. That's what I was just explaining. If you cover Susie for so much, after I'm guessing a year, I'm guessing that's how it works. After so long, a year, a fiscal year, however long, maybe at the end when they do their taxes, I'm not sure at that 1,000% how the timing works. But for one thing for another, right? So we're covering her under Medicaid and we're paying X amount. And then once we put in our paperwork to show, hey, this is legitimate, this is how much it costs, I need the federal government to cover X amount so that we, can be paid for. We could pay for her services and things. For the ACA expansion population, the federal match is about 90%. That means each dollar a state can raise for its 10% share can pull in 9 of federal money. If you ban or shrink provider taxes, state loses one of their main ways to generate that $1. So total Medicaid spending falls and federal outlays drop a lot too. Simple illustration. If an expansion state currently uses $100 million from provider taxes to cover its 10% share of expansion, that supports $1 billion in total Medicaid spending, with roughly $900 million from the federal match. If the policy forces the state to cut those provider taxes in half, the state loses $50 million, and unless it finds other money, total spending could fall to $500 million, with the federal share dropping by about $450 million. So unless it finds other money, total spending could fall to $500 million with the federal share. So all that money that they're referring to that Medicaid is losing, unless I'm wrong, the people are going to pay for it. Unless I have that completely wrong. So say $100 million, your insurance is covering a certain percent. If your insurance if Medicaid is not able to cover that whole percentage anymore, the medicine don't change price, right? So if you buying a little bottle of medication and it's $20, right? Medicaid covers $15, right? Because of however much it's allowed to have. If they cut that in half and they are now, let's just say, only covering $7 of it, the medicine is still $20. You see what I'm saying? So where the rest of the money coming from? Me, who gotta pay $20 or however much, $7, $20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, $13 now. When I used to have to pay $5. I'm terrible at math, okay? Don't even come for me. Don't come for me at all. I'm terrible at math. I've never lied about that. I've never stunned it on y'all. I'm bad at it. I gotta count my fingers. Don't worry about that. Worry about yourself. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that if the medicine ain't changing, but Medicaid, it can only cover so much, the rest of the money is going to be coming out of our pockets. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're not, like they say, unless they find other money, they're not going to find it. Where they going to find it at? Where? Where the state going to find that other money at? Where? They're not. Who feels this impact? States. Loss of flexible Medicaid financing tool may need to backfile with general funds or cut elsewhere. Providers could face lower Medicaid state payment rates or delayed payments. Hospitals and nursing homes are most exposed. Oh no. Medicaid enrollees. Potential downstream effects if states respond with severe cuts, reduced benefits, or narrow access. If you just want the sentence cleaned up, here are a couple of cleaner grammatical correct rights. We don't need that, because we have an understanding of what it's talking about now. They said all of this to be like, we're gonna ban how much a state can match, can get their percentages. That's what this statement means, which is insane. Going back to Grok here, we don't understand what cuts are referred to in the OBBBA. In the segment, additional reductions stem from changes in matching funds and tightened eligibility review, with over 3/4 of the cuts occurring between 2030 and 2034. I'm very confused as to like what cuts are they referring to, and like why. I don't think that it's right that a bill or law can come into place that doesn't take effect until so many years later. Like, we're in 2025, 2030 is 5 years away. In 5 years, the world will change. You see what I'm saying? The world doesn't stay the same. The economy doesn't stay the same. The people don't stay the same. The things that we value now, we did not value in 2000. You see what I'm saying? The things that we value now, we didn't value in 2017. Things change. So I feel like laws and bills should stay current to the current environment. Does that make sense? So let's see what they're talking about. The cuts referred to in the One Big Beautiful Bill, or the OBBBA, I like just saying it that way, Act, are federal Medicaid spending reductions, estimated by Congressional Budget Office, or the CBO, at $911 billion over the 2025 to 2034 period. Okay, so I thought they said it didn't come into effect until 2030. Now they're saying 2025. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a huge difference between 5 years. Coming into effect in 2025 and coming into effect in 2030 are two separate things, two completely different things. After accounting for interaction effects across provisions, these stem primarily from the provisions affecting the Affordable Care Act, or the ACA, Medicaid Expansion Group, which account for over half, $526 billion of the gross reductions. The majority of the savings come from mandating work and reporting requirements for ACA expansion eligible, adults. I don't understand why they're attacking Medicaid though. Like, why? I don't get it. I'm gonna finish reading that. I wanted to say attacking. I don't know what the fuck I wrote. I meant freak. Sorry, YouTube. Beep. They tried to tell me I'm Bob. No. We're going to look that up, but we're going to continue with this one first. Because I do want to know, like, because if they're doing all of this to Medicaid, there's nothing in me that believes that they would allow all of these cuts to happen, but they don't put anything else in place, right? Like, why would they take all this funding from very important things without putting something in place of it? That's what I'm hoping for. You're attacking Medicaid, cool. You don't want it to be called the Affordable Care Act, maybe Trump is the type of person that wants it to be called the TCA, the Trump Care Act. I don't know. There has to be something in there put in place for it to replace it, though, right? So let's find out after this. Let's see. Mandating work and reporting requirements for the ACA expansion eligible adults, $326 billion. Imposing a moratorium, which we learned is a ban, on new or increased provider taxes and reducing existing ones in expansion states. We just talked about that, so we understand what that means now. Revising payment limits for state-directed payments, $149 billion. Okay, we understand what that means. Yes. Revising payment limits for state-directed payments. So they renegotiated the payment limits. They probably most likely reduced them. Increasing the frequency of eligibility redeterminations for the ACA expansion group, $63 billion. Increasing the frequency, when they say that, they're referring to what we just read a moment ago. They increase the frequency, so you have to actually qualify now every 6 months, which costs money, because you gotta process all these things, right? You gotta pay these people to process these things. So all of that just to increase the frequency of how often you have to qualify, which is now every 6 months, which doesn't make sense, because you could just qualify for something in a year. Technically, I would even say if I was a person that make the rules, you could qualify for something every 2 or 3 years. Really, technically, you don't change. Like a person's circumstances, like I think I would do, like, you have to do it every 5 years. Personally, I would say 5 years, unless there is a large life-changing thing that happens in your life that makes you like ineligible or eligible for different insurance, like i.e. a car crash. You have a car crash and you have a specific insurance, then all of a sudden you're paraplegic, you're going to need different insurance to cover all the medical costs and things of that nature. So unless something big happens in your life, I feel like every 5 years is fine. Why every 6 months? That's ridiculous. $63 billion because you want to do it every every 6 freaking months, bro. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And do you know how hard they're probably going to make the process for, like, filling out your forms, this, that, and the other? They're probably going to make you go to a physical place. Like, moving forward. That's really rubbing me the wrong way. Other contributing provisions include ending the enhanced federal matching rate of 90% for any future state adoptions of the ACA expansion allocated across non-expansion states, and limiting the use of certain provider taxes or home equity limits. These changes are expected to result in at least 10.3 million people losing Medicaid coverage by 2034. What? Wait, say that again? These changes are expected to result in at least 10.3 million people losing Medicaid coverage by 2034, with states potentially responding by further cutting services or increasing their own funding to offset losses. Okay. People's health insurance is so important. Why would you do that? Why? There has to be something they're putting in place. Let's go to the next one. They're putting something in place over there. Gotta be. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act, signed into law by President Trump on July 4th, is a major budget reconciliation bill that overhauls federal spending across multiple programs, including significant changes to Medicaid. It's often referred to critically as an attack on Medicaid, which is what I thought, by opponents due to its deep cuts and structural reforms. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Okay. Which are projected to reduce federal Medicaid spending by nearly $1 trillion over a decade. However, supporters argue these changes aim to curb waste, fraud, and improper payments by kicking people off. I'm not gonna get upset. While refocusing the program on its core beneficiaries. Why OBBBA targets Medicaid? The bill's Medicaid provisions stem from the Republican priorities to reduce federal entitlements, increase state flexibility, and tie benefits to work or other requirements. Key motivations and changes include reducing federal spending and waste, imposing work requirements. I really want to get to the part where they replace this stuff. That's what I'm not even reading the paragraphs because I really want to get to that part, the good part. The good part is where they put something in place. So, imposing work requirements and eligibility restrictions, shifting funding to states. Okay, broader fiscal and political context. Okay. Replacements. Okay, here we go. Replacements or mitigations for the effects. Here we go. So there is something in here, guys. We got something. The OBBBA doesn't Please don't say what I think you just said. Please. We're not ran by monsters. We're not ran by monsters. I refuse. I need to put my hands behind my back because I'm going to throw something. Doesn't fully replace the reduced Medicaid coverage with new programs. Instead, it includes some reforms and temporary bridges within existing systems. Here's what's in place or proposed. Okay, maybe it's very good. Maybe it's good stuff. Maybe it can't completely replace 10.3 fucking million people getting kicked off their Medicaid, but maybe they have like a thing in place where if you don't have Medicaid or you're not eligible, you can like do a program or something, right? Like that's a thing. That's a thing, right? From state to state. Protections for core groups. The bill claims to safeguard coverage for pregnant women, children, seniors, people with disabilities, and low-income families by carving out exemptions from work requirements and focusing reform on able-bodied adults. Okay, however, critics note that funding cuts would still indirectly affect these groups through reduced state resources. That's true. Oh, no. Temporary ACA enhancements. Enhanced premium tax credits from the Biden era for ACA marketplace plans are extended through the end of 2025, potentially allowing some who lose Medicaid to transition to subsidized private insurance. After that, credits revert to lower levels, which may not fully offset losses. No matter how much little bit of good they give me, right at the end, right on that last sentence, they're like, boop, 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 boop. State flexibility and incentives. States gain more authority to redesign Medicaid programs, including options for block grants that could encourage innovation in coverage delivery. Some states are pursuing work requirement waivers with federal support, and the bill includes measures to improve program integrity for remaining enrollees. States gain moral authority to redesign Medicaid programs. How would that make it better if they have a cap, though? That don't make sense. How even, how do I say? It don't matter how a state restructures the Medicaid if they only get so many funds to do anything, if that makes sense. Like, if we used to be able to get matched 90% and you reduce the 90% and you reduce the cap at how much we can spend. And now, not only do we have a cap on how much we can spend, but you're not even going to match that. Why does it matter how we can play with it? Does that make sense? Let's move on. No comprehensive replacement. Analysis indicate no broad alternative like a new federal program to fill the gaps, which is what I was hoping for. I was really hoping that since they took and they did all this stuff, that they would put a new insurance in place of Medicaid and not just take people's stuff. Federal program to fill the gaps. Instead, the emphasis is on cost saving and efficiency. This has raised concerns about increased uninsured rates, especially in states without robust safety nets. For Medicare, which is also affected similar cuts existing without full offsets, such as exempting orphan drugs from price negotiations. Wait a minute. If we are reducing, if we 1.2 trillion, that's a fucking that's sorry YouTube, that's a freaking frick ton of money, right? Money that we've been spending. This is what we've been using for Medicaid, insurance, things of that nature. So if you're cutting total costs between now and 2034 of $1.2 trillion, are they reallocating it? Are they redirecting it? Where is it going? Is it just going to be in the federal? Is it just going to be part of the government? Because we were obviously using that money. And like any household, I have enough common sense to understand that if I'm making so much money every year and I say buy Netflix, let's just say Netflix is costing so much money. If I cancel my Netflix subscription, i.e. our Medicaid, I'm going to pocket that $20 that I used to spend on Netflix every month. So if we are using $1.2 trillion every whatever to cover these costs, and you are planning on cutting that cost, and I had hopes that they would cover it again with something else. I thought he just wanted to put his fucking name on it. Where's $1.2 trillion gonna go? Because I don't know if there's going to be any plans for a new infrastructure across nationwide. Are you going to put all this money into like rebuilding America? Do you want us to look like Dubai? Like you going to fucking paint the streets gold? Is it going to go to schooling? Like what are you doing with it? What? I'm not going to work myself up. Hold on. We're going to find out. Let's move forward. Okay, we got that. We'll figure it out. Where's the money going? Where is the money? Where is the money going? Cause it's just not gonna disappear. If we're utilizing it already, and that's probably how much we've been utilizing every year, or however many years, it's not just gonna all of a sudden we're not using it for Medicaid. So it's just what is it not gonna where okay, sorry, I'm gonna move forward. Population affected, blah, 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 blah. State level impact. Okay, we went through the breakdowns. We got through all the breakdowns of where the money is going. And we also discovered, unfortunately, that in this act, they did not recover what they cut. And we're going to look for it, but I'm still having a hard time understanding how this helps us. How these cuts help us. They said they said that they called it cutting toxic funds and things, but you're literally cutting people off of their health insurance, and you literally cannot even make an appointment without paying some sort of premium these days. I literally had to go to the doctor like 3 times, and I paid $27 every time just to walk into the fucking building. Just to go in, I paid $27. Not covering my medicine, not because of whatever, not nothing. Just to go, just to walk in and talk to a physician, it was $27. You know how many people can't pay $27 to go to the doctor? And then you want me to also pay for freaking medications and stuff? Huh? Sorry. I'm fussing at y'all. Y'all don't deserve that. I apologize. We're past this. I'm getting worked up. I didn't understand. I didn't get. How did they vote for this? Who voted for this? Who? We got the breakdown. I put 218 because that's what they literally told me. That's what Twitter said, but we just discovered it was 215 to 214. We're going to get the breakdown of this. We're going to get the breakdown. Because who did this? Who? Why? Why you do it? Why you vote for this? 218. Yay. All Republicans, except 2, voted yay. I thought yay was Y-A-Y, but they spell it like yeah. So, we learn something new every day. All Republicans, except for 2. In other words, every Republican other than Representative Brian Fitzpatrick and Thomas Massey, who I guess are the only 2 people with a heart and balls supported the bill. Nay. 214. All Democrats, 212, voted nay. Plus the 2 Republicans who broke from their party. And we know why. We know why. All Democrats voted nay. We know why now. That's this. Oh. Like, we had, at first, I was like, I don't understand why people are so upset about this bill. It sounds cool. It sounds like you're giving, oh my God, that just completely blanked my mind from all the good stuff I read at the beginning. They were doing tax cuts for businesses. We were on a good roll with, like, them giving deductions, them increasing the child, taxes. Like, if you have children after 2025, all of that is good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. But that was a tiny, tiny drop a little ray of sunshine in the fucking darkest room that I've ever entered in my life. 10.3 million. Not reduced. Not, okay, they're going to be affected. Cut. From their Medicaid. And then they have little tiny things in place that could possibly help you out for pregnant people, children, senior citizens. But like they said, that if they cut the cap, if they put the cap on, those people are still going to be affected. And they don't have anything to replace it. They did not put in another fucking government build, another medical insurance or anything of that nature to cover these people who are going to be suffering because of RFK Jr. Put the junior on there. It's very important. America is sick. Do they want us to die? Is that what this is about? You know, I have been down the rabbit hole of intentional genocide. I've been down the rabbit hole of how some leaders believe and they do think that like natural selection should happen faster. Making America sicker and covering or cutting the way that we make ourselves healthy, i.e., doctors, medications, things that we have to be able to purchase to afford, is going to kill us. We're going to die. Literally. Not just get sick, because once you get sick, you go into the fucking hospital, right? You don't have insurance. The hospital's going to kick you out. Hospitals are going to shut down. Literally, shut down. You know how many small rural areas rely on one big hospital within like maybe a 30-mile radius? It's more common than you think. Not all freaking places all over the freaking America has a hospital that they can fucking drive to within 5 minutes. My city specifically, on each side, like you go to the west, they have a hospital. You go to the south, they have a hospital. You go to the north, you go downtown, they have a hospital. Every place ain't like that. Some places are so rural that you will have a whole town of people and the next town over and the next town over relying on one hospital. And you got to probably drive 30, 40 minutes just to get to it. Probably more than that, possibly. You think that place is making hands over fist of money and they can just afford their Medicaid and everything to be cut like that? What's going to happen when you don't match the price of how much people are paying and the hospital shuts down in those rural areas? Think about that. Think about them already having to drive out 30, 40 minutes to a hospital and that hospital gets shut down. Now the next hospital over is 2 or so hours away. Think about how often you just need regular checkups, especially after a woman has a child. I don't personally myself go to the doctor very often. That's because I'm stupid and I don't like the doctor, and it's just my personal thing. I just hate doctors. So, like for example, my pinky has been numb, literally tingling to the touch. Like this one right here has been like this for about a week and a half. And I looked it up and Googled it, and it's probably some sort of pinched nerve, they said, or something. Something is not flowing right within here. It's probably something to do with my crutches. I haven't been to the doctor simply because I just hate it. I'm like, it'll work itself out. I'm a big work itself out person. I have a heart. I almost died after I had my second child because I did not want to go to the hospital, and I had an enlarged heart. I could barely move and breathe. And I still didn't want to go. My late husband forced me to go to the hospital after I had an enlarged heart. And if I would have kept it going like that, I probably would have died because my heart was so big. It could not circulate or do anything. And I still didn't want to go to the hospital. So that's on me personally. But not everybody is like me. Some people will bump their knee and be like, I should probably go to the doctor. You sick fucks. You fucking sick mother freakers. You lucky I'm on YouTube and I'm trying to be compliant because I'll cuss every single Republican out right now. Sorry, I'm getting worked up. We went over that, didn't we? Yeah, we went over that. So let's figure out who these two Republicans are. Because I just want to give a quick little, who are these people that went against the party? Like, do you have a heart? You're not the Tin Man. Let's see. Brian Fitzpatrick. Look at Brian. There he is, right there. He tried. He tried and failed. It's okay. It happens. We needed one more Republican. Just one, I think. They said 218 to 214, but the other thing said 215 to 214. Bro. Okay, he was born in 1973, December 17th in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as an American politician, attorney, and former FBI agent who has served the U.S. representative for Pennsylvania's 1st Congressional District since 2017. That's a bunch of impressive words you collected together, Mr. Fitzpatrick. A Leamington native, he graduated from Bishop Egan High School and is a licensed attorney and certified public accountant in Pennsylvania. He is also an Eagle Scout and it's so cute. Is certified emergency medical technician. Look, I know this is a grown ass fucking old man. He's an Eagle Scout? That's adorable. I don't care how old you are. If you're an Eagle Scout, that is absolutely adorable. I love it. But, you know, I digress. I'm sorry. I gotta find a little joy here because I'm gonna fall into a deep, deep, dark hole here. I'm gonna find some joy where I can. Before entering politics, Fitzpatrick worked as an FBI special agent and federal prosecutor specializing in combating domestic and international political corruption. He is the brother of former Congressman Michael G. Fitzpatrick. Ooh, that sounds like a fancy name. As a moderate Republican, as congressional priorities include increasing economic opportunity, national security, and bipartisan solutions on issues like child care access. He won re-election to a 5th term in 2024. And then we have the second person who voted nay on this bill, Thomas Massey. That's an interesting name as well. Y'all got some cool names, Mr. Fitzpatrick and Massey. Thomas Harold Massey. Oh, with Harold, it doesn't sound as cool. Thomas Massey sounds much better than Thomas Harold Massey. That's just me. Born January 13th of 1971 in Huntington, West Virginia, and raised in Vanceburg, Kentucky, is an American politician, engineer, farmer, and inventor. Ooh, who has served as the U.S. representative of Kentucky's 4th Congressional District since November of 2012. He graduated. You know, honestly, personally, I feel like politicians should have a cap. You know how presidents can only serve 2 terms and for 4 years? I feel like politicians should fall under that as well. Like your local congressman, your local whatever might be the case, your governors, they should only be able to serve so many terms after so many years, and then after that they should have to be cycled through. But that's a different topic for a different day. An inventor who has served as the U.S. representative for Kentucky's 4th Congressional District since November of 2012. He graduated from Lewis County High School and earned both a bachelor's degree in 1993 and a master's degree in 1996 in engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So he went from engineering to politician. That's crazy. Prior to Congress, Massey served as Lewis County Judge Executive and holds 30 patents as an inventor. Patents, guys, patents. I said patience. Patience has an I, guys. Patents as an inventor. 30 patents? What did he invent? I'm so curious. Known for his libertarian learning and independent-minded approach with the Republican Party, I love that for him. He often emphasizes individual liberty and has been described as an Appalachian American. Ooh. I really want to look up what his 30 inventions were. I want to so bad, but I'm going to stay on course. We're going to focus. We got to focus, guys. We cannot let our curiosity take hold of us, okay? We can't. We simply cannot get this and highlight it and copy it. We can't do that. And we can't be asking, what was these inventions? We can't do it. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I don't think it's gonna know what I really want to so bad, but I'm fighting. My physical is fighting my mental, but I'm so curious. Oh my gosh, let me ask it right. I'm so curious, guys. You know my curiosity eats me. I can't ignore it. I have to know. I must know. I have to know. What? 30? 30 inventions? Where? What were you trying to invent? Engineering? You think it was for cars? He seems like a car man. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, they only showed 29 of his 30 little patents, guys. And his name is, I think no, is it H? It wasn't H. Was it Harold? Oh, it was Harold. It was H. Let's just see what we're just going to touch on it. We're not going to get too much into it because I'm just curious. He went from being an inventor. This is very interesting. People's lives are so cool. He went from being an inventor, an engineer, an inventor to a politician. Like, what made him do that? Like, what makes you go from being a creative mindset to being a politician? Because to me personally, those are two such drastic different things, right? One is very artsy fartsy. You literally are coming up with stuff off the top, and one of them is just like so not that. If that makes sense. Oh my gosh, are they buried? Grok is taking a bit. They did say he graduated with his master's in 1996, so maybe he did it like super duper after that, like super early after that, maybe in the early 2000s ish, and then it's just taking a bit. Maybe the URL needs messy middle initial for accuracy. What are you talking about, Grok? Just give me his 30 patents. That's all I want. We're gonna come back to this. Hold on. Is it almost done? We're gonna come back. We're gonna see what he came up with. Wait. Did it finish? I'm sorry. All right, so back to this. All Republicans except for 2, and then all Democrats. Boy, I tell you. Maybe it balances though. Maybe this is like a really big bad part, but maybe something happens in it and it balances out, right? It'll balance. It's gonna bounce back. Like, I'm thinking that it can't just be this. It has to like have some like how we went over at the beginning, the tax cuts for children and things like that. Like, maybe the healthcare part and the Medicaid part is really, really bad, yes. But maybe it's increasing like our actual pocket money, you know, like how it reduced tips and stuff. That's helping people get more money in their pocket to help them pay for the Medicaid that they cut, right? Maybe they're thinking of it that way. So let's see. Energy and environment phases out many Inflation Reduction Act clean energy credits. E.g. EVs by September 2025, wind and solar by 2026 and 2027. Rescinds funds for green programs and boosts fossil fuels with lower royalties, more leasing on public lands, including ANWR and APRA sales, and credits for coal and biofuels. It postpones methane fees to 2034 and favors oil, gas, mining, and lodging. But isn't clean energy the future? Am I tripping? I thought clean energy was the future. I was about to say furniture, bitch. I meant, sorry YouTube, I didn't say that. Okay, here we go. What was his inventions? I'm just curious. Systems and methods for sculpting virtual objects in a haptic virtual reality environment. That's a digital thing. Okay. Allows users to manipulate virtual. Oh my gosh. Why is it? Okay. Why is it doing that? Why is it? What? Why is it a little. Hold on. There it is. There we go. I don't need the numbers. I just need the ending part right there. I had to move it over a bit. So allows users to manipulate virtual tools. I knew it sounded like a virtual thing. Was he an engineer for like computer work? Ah! I thought it was like a physical thing. Manipulate virtual tools in a haptic environment to sculpt virtual objects by adding, removing, or modifying material with force feedback and geometric constraints. Force reflecting haptic interface. A part is for exchanging forces with a user via a body connection and linkage. Oh, they use that technology now for like movies and stuff. Wow. Method and a part is for determining forces to be applied to a user through a haptic interface. Boy, I tell you. Calculates forces, stiffness, damping, friction based on user position and virtual object representation as a mesh of surfaces. I think that's like Sims. You ever edit your stuff in Sims and then all the little grids come up and they like move it? Do. Calculates forces, stiffness, damping, and friction based on user position and virtual object representation as a mesh of surfaces. I think that's what they what are you talking about? I think so. Systems and methods for sculpting virtual objects. Oh my God, he's obsessed with virtual objects. Apparatus and method for modifying an object. Force reflecting haptic interface. Are these all different? Linkage system powering up to 5 freedoms with counterbalance actuators and virtual switch simulation for force displacement. Oh my gosh. Force reflecting. There it is again. Systems and methods of creating virtual objects. He's obsessed with virtual objects, honey. He loves him some virtual objects. Systems and methods for sculpting virtual objects in a haptic virtual reality environment. Haptic tool for sculpting virtual object with force feedback and geometric restraints to limit tool environment. Wow, he was a big computer guy, guys. I was wrong. I was like, cars? Maybe. I should have known. Look at that face. That's a computer face. I don't even know why. I don't know, men. Look at me. That's why I'm bisexual. I just accept everything. All right. We're still waiting on if clean energy is the future. We're going to move forward from that. And now we have an idea of who did this. Because elections are coming up. Ignore that space in the S, okay? Just ignore it. Are you done? ChatGPT, no, it be taking a minute to think, honey. Let's see when these elections are. And this is cool. That's a little cool information about them. Immigration and Border Security. This is back to the OBBBA. We're waiting on the 2 questions to generate there, so we're going to move forward really quickly. Immigration and Border Security, $170 billion for ICE. Okay. Ramping to over 100 billion. What? With a B? By 2029 for deportations, aiming for 1 million a year. Aiming. A year? How many people do they think they're... Which, how many is it? That's 1,000. That'll be 755,000, right? And then you add three more you add three more digits. What's that? A million? Hold on. Is that a million? Is that like a million? Is that a million? I don't know how many you go over. That's a million. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just verifying. So we have currently 347.8 million people in America, right? I'm trying to explain. That's our total Americans. Out of this number, the most recent estimate indicates that there are about 15.4 to 15.8 million illegal or unauthorized immigrants living in the United States as of early or mid 2025. This group represents about 4.4 to 4.5% of the total U.S. population, given the current overall population is around 347.8 million people, right? Let's go with the high number. Deporting 15.8 million people from the United States will cost an estimate of $900 billion to $1.1 trillion based on 2025 analysis. Per person, estimates include arrest, detention, processing, and transportation, average between 55,000 and 70,000 each. These calculations account for the need to enlarge government staff, build more detention facilities, and handle legal proceedings at a scale, right? We're going to come back to that. We're going to close that. We're going to go over the upcoming elections, too. I haven't forgotten about that. $178 billion for ICE, ramping to over $100 billion by 2025 for deportations, aiming for 1 million a year. Walls, detention, and tech. New fees like $100 for asylum apps and $550 for work authorizations. It slashes benefits for immigrants like Medicaid, waits for green card holders, and limits on premium tax cuts. It slashes what? It slashes benefits for immigrants like Medicaid, waits for green card holders, like Medicaid waits for green card holders, and limits on premium tax credits. Oh, so you just gonna fuck with these people all the way around, huh? Oh, so you just racist. This is the most racist thing I ever read in my life, other than that thing they said about that person talking about a filibuster because of anti-lynching laws. That one fucking almost made me flip my desk. But why for art thou? Like, maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Am I misunderstanding it, guys? Maybe I am misunderstanding what's going on here. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Like, nah, this can't mean what I think. Because what it sounds like this means is they're going to amp up ICE's payment while simultaneously, for everybody that's here in a legal means, they're going to hem them up and make it more difficult for them to get essential coverage that they need for, like, Medicaid and then green card holders. Like, they're going to hem them up. Am I misunderstanding that? And limits on premium tax credits. Wow. Do they want to just stop foot traffic? Is that what they want to do? Do they want to stop people from wanting to be here? That's what it sounds like. 150 billion extra for defense. I don't think people realize how much money immigrants pay in taxes and things, right? I don't think they know. Like, if you deported the 4.4%, that's a big percent. And these people are hardworking people. They pay their fees and their dues. They go to the store and they're not criminals. They're doing what they're supposed to do above board like everybody else, trying to make a life for themselves. If you take all of that money, because this is the real, I'm getting the actual number of how many people, 15.4 to 15.8 million illegal unauthorized immigrants. Undocumented immigrants in the United States contribute an estimated 89.8 to 100 billion, that's what a fucking B, in federal, state, and local taxes annually as of 2023 to 2025. That's in literally the last 2 years. That's not some, no. That's what they contribute. You want to kick these people out. They're providing 89.8 to 100 billion. And you want these people to go. Why? Why are you making it harder for them? Why you kicking them? Why? What is the benefit that'll come out of it? I don't get the benefit. I don't understand. Why does it matter? That's my question. Why do them being here matter? They're not criminals. They're not causing crime. They're less likely to be criminals and cause crime because they don't want to bring any attention to themselves. Like me, for example, if I was hot and my block was hot, I wouldn't be fucking around. I meant freaking around. Okay, sorry, YouTube. I would not be up here freaking causing mayhem, causing problems if I already knew I was hot. You see what I'm saying? Not only do they not cause any problems, they're bringing in 89.8 to 100 billion to our system that they don't even benefit from. Continuing. For a population of 15.4 to 15.8 million, this comes out to roughly $5,700 to $9,000 in taxes per person each year, depending on wage levels and other variables. Broken down, these revenues include payments for federal income tax, for federal income and payroll taxes, Social Security and Medicare contributions, which most will never collect. I literally just said that because they can't freaking qualify for government assistance or anything of that nature, so they're contributing to a system that they don't benefit from. Continuing. Sales taxes, property taxes, and other local levies. Many states, especially California, Texas, New York, Florida, Illinois, New Jersey, receive over $1 billion annually from undocumented taxpayers. If all undocumented immigrants were granted legal authorization to work, their annual contribution to tax revenue could rise by an additional 40 to 45 billion. That's what a freaking B, bro. Due to higher wages and increased compliance. So rather than deporting these people and costing us, is this the right one? 900 billion to 1.1 trillion to deport people that are actually giving us 89.8 to 100 billion dollars. If you would simply make it easier for them to become citizens, we could increase that 40 to 45 billion. But you want to cost 900, what was that, trillion I said? Billion, trillion, billion? You want to charge America $900 billion to deport people that's benefiting us rather than making them legal and benefiting us. How does that make it make sense? Make it make sense. You're going to cost us money? You're going to deport people that brings in money? What you going to do then? What happens when this money goes away and you actually succeed? What happens, let's just say, in a world where they succeed at this crazy plan of getting everybody out that's not legally like a legal resident. Let's just say that's true. Boom! We spent 1.1 trillion and got rid of everybody, guys. Ah! We lost our 8.9 to 1 fucking billion. Ah, that's fine. We okay. Where the money coming from? Where is that money that they were contributing gonna come from now? And also, who paid for that? Taxpayers pay 1.1 trillion when we don't even want that? I swear that the average American does not want this mass deportation. Only the loonies do. So not only are you going against our wishes, which is the American residents' wishes, and kicking these people out, you costing us 1.1 trillion. Is that right? Or million? Trillion? What'd I say? 1.1 trillion, theoretically, to do so. Against my wish, and you want me to pay for it. Make it make sense. Make it make fucking sense. That you're going to kick these people out who are not okay, hold on. You think I'm fucking around, huh? You think I'm fucking around? Okay. Trying to think what the question is. I hope they understand what I'm trying to ask them. This is really, really gruffing me up. This is really rubbing me the wrong way. I never even looked into this freaking thing. I know everybody was like, "Oh, it's not very good for the people." Blah 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 blah. Bro, I don't get why Republicans don't vote for this. I'm gonna ask out a fucking outright question, and I might ask perplexity. Just bear with me. I just need to know. 1850s as an anti-slavery party. Back in the day, the Republicans and the Democrats switched. I don't know if anybody's aware of that little piece of history, but they did do a switcheroo at one point in history. So let's figure out what the freak is going on here. The Republican Party was founded in 1850s as an anti-slavery party, advocating for the abolition of slavery and the protection of civil rights for Black Americans in the 1850s. Hold your britches. Making its origins strongly opposed to racism and white supremacy. However, over the course of the 20th century, especially beginning in the early to mid 20th century, the party's approach to race and its relationship with Black Americans evolved significantly, with accusations of appealing to racism through electoral strategies and coded rhetoric. Early Republican origins. The first Republican Party platforms opposed the expansion of slavery and viewed freedom as the default for all U.S. territory, making the party a central force against racial oppression in the first decades. Radical Republicans were key players in passing amendments that ended slavery and granted citizenship and voting rights to Black men during Reconstruction, which is awesome. Shifts in electoral strategy and racial politics. After Reconstruction, the party gradually lost its black electorate, and leadership began to court white Southern voters, sometimes accommodating segregationist segments for political gain. The Southern strategy employed from the late 1960s onward involved appealing to white conservative voters in the South and has been criticized for using racial grievances and dog whistle politics to gain support. This transition led to an increased association of the party with resistance to civil rights advances from the 1960s through the present, though interpretations and degrees of intentional or racism in these strategies remain debated among historians. Modern accusations and context. In recent decades, especially in the Trump era, Republican rhetoric and policy stances on issues like immigration, criminal justice, and education have been criticized as appealing to racial resentments or fears, with some scholars arguing that explicit appeals to white grievance have become more prominent. Critics allege that contemporary Republican messaging sometimes uses racial stereotypes or fear-based tactics in campaigns and media, though these tactics are not universally employed or endorsed within the party. These remains an active wing of party, including non-white Republicans and Black conservatives who explicitly reject racism and advocate for inclusion within the GOP. The conclusion: while the Republican Party's roots are fundamentally anti-racist, as seen in its opposition to slavery and the initial support for civil rights, its complex historical evolution, shaped by strategic decisions, shifting correlations, and responses to national debates on race, means as it has been both accused of and defended against charges of racism depending on error, leadership, and context. The question of whether the party is rooted in racism depends largely on which historical period is considered and which evidence is prioritized by scholars. Okay, so the way that I asked the question brought along these results. We understand that the Republican Party used to be a party that represented anti-slavery and things of that nature. So now that we understand that, let's go ahead and ask, what about 2025? Really quickly, just to get a general understanding. And I'm going to be as broad as I possibly can. What am I trying to say? The Republicans, I put too many L's in there. So, with that being explained, the Republicans, and what I'm going to get to is the Republicans of 2025, as far as what they have voted for, the ones that are currently in their seat, what they have voted for, like the things that they have passed, the things that they have voted yay on, would they be considered racist in 2025's climate? That's what I'm going to ask. So I'm going to say, so with that being explained, Republicans of 2025, I was about to say 15. 2025, so the Republicans of 2025, with all the public knowledge, public records on what they have voted for, voted yay, which is spelled yawn. So with that being explained, the Republicans of 2025 currently, because that's important, currently in office. What am I trying to say? Oops. Currently in office, because I'm talking about the people right now. Not nobody in the past. I ain't talking about nobody that we voting in the future. I'm talking about right now. The ones that's sitting in their houses right freaking now. So with that being explained, the Republicans of 2025 currently in office with all public records on what they have voted yeah on as far as bills and legislation. Let's just say everything. How do I say? I don't want to skew it at all. I want it to give it to me straight. Because if they're not racist, then I don't want it to be like, okay, with the way that you asked that question, No, I want to be general as possible. I want to be as blanket as possible, so that way I don't skew the answer one way or the other, like I did with the first question, which is if they were rooted in racism. Does that make any sense? So I want to be as blanket as possible so I can understand, because it seems like it to me. That's why I asked, because from what I'm seeing and what they're voting for, and this is not the first example of what I've seen them vote for. Like that Charlie Kirk thing, like I'm starting to really feel like the Republican Party is really racist against everybody that's not white. You see what I'm saying? So let's see here. But I don't want to assume that if it's not true. It just seems like from their current actions, from what I'm seeing, I could be maybe seeing things in a bubble. I don't know. So let's see. How do I ask? Records on what they have for on as far as bills and legislation. Would this party be considered racist? Against people of color. Let's just put it out there. Because they're not going to be racist against fucking Caucasians. I don't want to read it yet. I just want to take a second to breathe. Let me drink some water. I said let me drink some water, and I grabbed a Gatorade. Y'all see what it say, right? What does it say? Anybody want to tell me? Don't tell me. I'm going to read it. Oh, I'm hoping no. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm like, maybe I'm just seeing a few certain ones, and it just seems that way from a specific perspective. And what I'm about to read is like, absolutely not, girly. No, they're not, honey. It's just like some certain things that's right now, but overall, no. No, 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 no. Nobody that's over us and in charge of our rules in our lives are racist. They're all fair. That's what we're hoping for. Everybody cross your fingers. You've read it already. You know what I'm about to read, don't you? I'm crossing my fingers. Because I have to be in a bubble. I'm in a bubble. And I'm just assuming things. And I never like to assume things. I'm in a bubble. Okay, here we go. Based on public records of Republican-supported legislation and policy actions, I try to be as blanket as possible with my question, as we all saw. In 2025, numerous civil rights and advocacy groups, as well as leading media outlets, have asserted that recent Republican policy initiatives has disproportionately harmed people of color and marginalized groups, leading to widespread accusations of racism. Though party leaders and some supporters staunchly deny this, that means they don't want nothing to do with that. They strong on it, okay? Deny this characterization and argue that policies are race neutral or based on different priorities. Which are they supposed to be? But they're about to give us a breakdown, and I don't like where this is already going. I already don't like it. Key legislative and policy development in 2025. Project 2025. Oh my God! Have y'all heard recently that they said that Trump mentioned Project 2025? Have y'all heard that recently? Because at first he said he didn't know what Project 2025 was, right? And I was like, okay, well, because I am a huge believer in like not assuming things, right? Like, I understand a lot of people believe that Trump is like a liar, or he doesn't tell the truth and things like that. But I personally, I don't like once it comes out, I'm like, okay, I'll never like trust you again or whatever. But like, I feel like the 2020, like the fucking government shutdown thing, I just feel like it's so big. You see what I'm saying? For one vote like that, for example, I felt like, how can you like, oof, I don't know what I was thinking. This Project 2025 thing is real. And you know what? Maybe I was trying to see life through rose-colored glasses. I was just like, no, I refuse to believe something like that would exist and people would implement it. Even though they created a website to show that, like, the progress on it. I was like, there's only so much negativity that I can take. I don't like, for like people, like, shout out to everybody that's like hardcore journalists that are like criminal investigators, that are like hardcore, like actual legit police officers and things of that nature, because those kind of jobs, you have to be surrounded by negativity and nastiness and the nastiness of the world. And I'm just now starting to like do research and trying to be sort of journalistic as far as like research and figuring out things and stuff like that. And I literally have to take breaks. I have to work on a let's talk about it, and then take a mental and physical break from this, because it is affecting my mind. Which is why I want to shout out those people, because how they're not crazy, how they are not the most depressed people in the world, astounds me. You have to have a very strong core to deal with this and dive deep into this every single day with no reprieve. Just going over this bill is breaking my heart right now. Just to understand that 10.3 million people are going to lose their Medicaid is extremely depressing. And people have had this realization for a long time. People have known things that I'm just coming into awareness of for a long time. People have been warning us about Project 2025 for a long time. And how these people are not the most depressed amount of people I've ever seen in my life, I am going to commend you. Because this is heart-wrenchingly sad. Let's continue. Key legislative and policy developments in 2025. Project 2025, and we're still talking about Republicans. This sweeping policy agenda, crafted by conservative organizations and widely championed by Republicans in office, including proposals to eliminate federal diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, or DEIA, programs in most civil rights data collections, reduce enforcement tools for combating discrimination, and restrict the use of disparate impact standards in civil rights cases. These steps would limit the ability to detect and address systematic discrimination based on race, ethnicity, and other identities. Redistricting in voting rights. Redistricting! Is that what that's saying? It does, doesn't it? Redistricting and voting rights. Here we go. Republican-led. I knew it didn't sound right when it was rolling off my tongue. I was like, what is that word? Republican-led efforts in states such as Texas to redraw congressional maps have sparked accusations by Democrats and civil rights groups of deliberately diluting the political influence of Black Latino communities. Lawsuits and heated legislative battles have focused on whether these actions are racially discriminatory or are typical partisan maneuvers. Education, healthcare, and social safety net cuts. Republicans backed bills including the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, implemented cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and Republican education critics, including health equity and social justice groups, argue these disproportionately disadvantaged communities of color and the poor. LGBTQ plus rights and intersectionality. 2025 saw Republican majority legislators backing laws withdrawing non-discrimination protections for trans and LGBTQ plus individuals, with advocacy groups warning of compounded harms to trans people of color. Oh my gosh. Debate over racism accusations. Critics' view. Civil rights organizations, including the NAACP, the legal experts overwhelmingly conclude that the impact of these legislative and policy moves is racially discriminatory, regardless of intent, and roll back decades of gains in civil rights for Black Americans, other people of color, and marginalized groups. Republican rebuttal. Many Republican policymakers argue that these actions are intended to restore merit-based opportunity and ensure race-neutral governance, rejecting affirmative action or DEIA policies as discriminatory against white Americans, or simply, I know I ain't read that right. No. I'm gonna reread it. I must have messed it up. What did it say? Many Republican policymakers argue that these actions are intended to restore merit-based opportunity and ensure race-neutral governance, rejecting affirmative action or DEIA policies as discriminatory against white Americans, or simply prioritizing limited government and individual rights. I'm just going to take just a quick second. Just to breathe real quick. 1 second. Some Republican lawmakers of color also contest the idea that the party or these policies are inherently racist. I don't know why I was assuming they were all white. I'm crazy. There's no way they could be. There's this statistically, there's no way that they could all be. But it did not occur in my mind. From what I've been seeing, from all Republicans, other than just 2 voting, and then the oh my God, no way. Nah, there's probably like 3 of them, right? They not black. They like Indian or something. They gotta be, cause there ain't no way. But you know, honestly, they've been using token black people for a long time. Oh, you weren't able to finish replying? Oh, we about to find out. You ain't stopping me. I'll open another one. I ask somebody else. R. Currently, there are 219 Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives and a Republican majority in the Senate as of October 25. Approximately 16% of the 139 members of Congress who identify as Black, Hispanic, Asian American, or Native American are Republicans, which translates to about 22 Republican members of Congress who are people of color. Black, Hispanic, Asian American, and Native American. Republicans? Republican Party membership. House of Representatives 2019. Look at me. 219 Republicans. Senate. Republicans gain a majority after 2024 election with an exact count around 51 to 53 seats depending on vacancies in recent elections. Republicans of color in Congress. Of the 139 members of Congress who identify as people of color, 139 members of Congress who identify as people of color? Wait, was I misreading this earlier? There's 219 Republicans. Approximately 16% of the 139 members of Congress who identify... I misread it. I read it in this. I thought it was 22. Wait. I'm misunderstanding this, I think. Is it 22 or 139? Please don't be 139. Oh my God, no way. There's no way. I'm reading that wrong. I must be misunderstanding somehow. Republicans gained a majority of the 2025 election in the exact count around 51 to 53 seats, depending on vacancies in recent elections. Republicans of color in Congress. Of the 139 members of Congress who identify as people of color, around 16% of Republicans. Around 22 members. That's confusing me. Why is it saying 139 and 22 at the same time? I'm so confused. Please be 22. Please. The vast majority of racially and ethically diverse members of Congress are Democrats, with about 84% in total. Of racially and ethically diverse members of Congress are Democrats. That makes sense. With with about 84% of the total. Republican members of color, including notable figures like Representative Byron Donalds, Representative John James, and Representative Wesley Hunt, among others. Excuse me. In terms of congressional staff, newly elected House Republicans have filled about 3% of top staff positions with people of color among their new hires, indicating continued underrepresentation at the staff level as well. Oh my God. I'm still confused. Several Black Republicans are running for or hold majority statewide office. The Republican Party still has a significantly lower percentage of members of color compared to Democrats. In summary, there are 219 Republicans in the House, a slim Republican majority in the Senate, and roughly 22 Republican members of Congress who are people of color as of the latest available data in 2025, in October 2025. I see what they're saying. There, in a total, are 139 members of Congress who identify as people of color, and there are 22 of them that are Republican. So that means the majority of that 139 are Democrats, which makes up about 84% total. Yeah, because 84 plus 16 is 100. Yes. The 22 Republican members of Congress who are people of color in the 19th Congress are spread between both chambers, with the vast majority in the House and a small number in the Senate. What does that mean? I made a guess on what it meant earlier, but I'm probably not right. The phrase "in the House and in the Senate" typically refers to two chambers, which is what it said, or houses of the United States Congress, which is the bicameral legislative branch of the federal government. Here's a breakdown. The House Representatives, or the House. This is the lower chamber of Congress. It has 435 voting members, apportioned based on each state's population, plus non-voting delegates from territories like Puerto Rico. Representatives serve 2-year terms and are elected directly by voters in their district. In the House often means actions, debates, votes, or members related to this body. The bill passed the House means it was approved by a majority there. This is the upper chamber of Congress. It has 100 members, 2 senators per state, regardless of population. The House has 435 voting members, apportioned based on each state's population. And then the Senate only has 100 members, 2 senators per state, regardless of population. Senators serve 6-year terms, with elections staged so that 1/3 are up for re-election every 2 years. Okay, I didn't think they had those kind of rules, but that's good to know. In the Senate refers to similar activities in this body. Confirmation hearings happen in the Senate for roles like Supreme Court justices or cabinet secretaries. Okay, so they probably have 2 different things that they govern. The phrase "in context." Okay, I get what that. I get it now. This is the upper chamber, and it has 2 senators per state, and then this one has more members depending on the population. But this is how things go. as far as voting and things of that nature are concerned. Republican Senate of color. We got Tim Scott, he's black. Marco Rubio, Hispanic. That's a beautiful name, Marco Rubio. I like that. Ted Cruz, Hispanic. Ted Cruz! I must be thinking about the wrong dude. Sorry. Mark Wayne Mullen, Native American. Byron Donalds, John James, Wesley Hunt, all black. Tony Gonzalez, Hispanic. Young Kim, Asian American. Michael Steele, Asian American. Nicole Malotakis, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, Nicole. Hispanic or in Greek Cuban descent. Ooh, fancy. Maria Elvira Salazar, Hispanic. Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, Puerto Rican. Lori Chavez, Hispanic. Juan Ciscomani. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. Hispanic. Monica, Hispanic. Mike, Hispanic. Carlos, Hispanic. Myra, Hispanic. David, Hispanic. Okay. Anthony identifies as Hispanic Italian American. Another Native American member, exact name fluctuates, often Tom Cole, Oklahoma, Chickasaw. What the hell? Holiday or whatever the fuck it was. They'll know what I'm talking about. All Republican members of color in the House of Representatives who were present voted yeah. No way. I don't believe it. In supporting and making Charlie Kirk's birthday a holiday, according to, we know he's racist, right? Is that uncommon knowledge? Is that not common knowledge? No. 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 They voted what? All Republican members? No. 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 Did this pass? I forgot. That didn't pass, right? And they've been recorded, bro. You just don't give a fuck about your people. Nah, the black people ain't in here. Who is black? No! I'm just so disappointed. I'm just too disappointed. I'm just so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. I'm having a hard time, guys. This is probably why I shouldn't be looking into this. Because I'm really upset with these people. It didn't pass though. Huh. Honoring Charlie as the resolution passed with unanimous Republican support and no Republican no or present voters. Absent members, only 4 Republicans overall, may not be in this list, but all present GOP members of colors, I'm going to find you. Not literally in a physical space, but maybe online. And you know what? I just want them to know, I'm just going to send very disappointed energy at every single one of you right now. I'm disappointed in you. I am so upset with you. How dare you make this man's freaking birthday a holiday? A holiday. And then I saw something about, oh my God, you don't even want to know the half of it. Martin Luther King Day, right? It took years for Martin Luther King. Oh my God. That's a different rabbit hole. I have to focus. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. Shame on every single fucking one of you right here. Shame on you, Byron. Brian, what the fuck is your name? Does it matter? Shame on you, Byron. Shame on you, John. Shame on you, Wesley, Tony, Young, Michael. Is that Michael? Fucking Nicole, Maria, Lori, Juan, Monica, Mike, Carlos, Mayra, David, Anthony, Tom. Shame on all of you. Shame on you. Shame on your lineage. You're embarrassing your people. You freaking yellow bellies. Why are you there? You shouldn't just show. You should have called in sick. I would have fucking called in sick. I can't breathe. Bitch, fuck you. Fuck every single one of you and everything you fucking represent. How about that? That's how I feel. I digress. Fuckers. Shame on you. I lost what I was supposed to be fucking focusing on. Motherfucking sons of guns. Sorry, YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. Oh. Crime statistics. That's right. Crime statistics. Here we go. Let's see if they broke it down correctly for me the way I was looking for, right? So crime statistics, and I just want to I don't want to break each crime down, like what each one does specifically. I just want to overall blanket it like, hey, how much crime in America does this specific kind of person commit? How much crime does this person commit? How much crime does that person commit? I just want a blanket breakdown, really, really, because it's truly insulting what they're doing to immigrants who just trying to make a decent life for themselves, who's trying to, come here and make a decent living and just live their normal fucking lives from day to day and trying to survive. It's insulting what you're doing. It's insulting because you're putting out a bunch of information that's not true. They bring in so much money that you're trying to get rid of. You're going to cost us money to get rid of these people that are not doing anything. So let's just see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Maybe they come over here and they act a fucking fool. Maybe they fucking blowing up and I just didn't know. Maybe I'm in a bubble. Let's find out. Let's all find out the actual numbers and statistics right now on the spot. Crime statistics in the United States are primarily collected and reported by agencies like the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or the FBI, we all know it, through the Uniform Crime Reporting UCR program and the National Incident-Based Reporting System, or the NIBRS, as well as the Bureau of Justice Statistics, or the BJS. However, detailed breakdowns by race for arrests and offenses have become less straightforward in recent years due to the FBI's transition from summary reporting to NIBRS in 2021, which focuses more on incident level data rather than aggregated tables. The most recent comprehensive national arrest data by race available from the FBI is from 2019, as later years do not include the same level of public tubular breakdowns for all offenses. We're about to see why. For 2023 to 2024, some data is available through the BJS, and that is the Bureau of Justice Statistics, reports, e.g. on homicides and state level or juvenile sources, but it's often limited to specific crime types or demographics. So let's see if they can give us something. Population context is essential for understanding rates, crimes per 100,000 people, as raw numbers can be misleading without accounting for group sizes, according to U.S. Census estimates of 2024. So we have white, black, Hispanic, Asian, American Indian, or Alaska Natives. Alaska Natives? You know, I heard Alaska is like crazy as far as like how they're isolated and things, you know what I'm saying? Like there's like little towns in Alaska. I guess they would have their own representation. They don't have to, because it's in its bubble, literally, like pretty much, not literally, people use that word wrong, but pretty much Alaska is in its own thing. Even like some sources, like resources and things like food and stuff, had to be helicoptered in, and it's crazy. It's like you won't get like real emergency services in Alaska. I heard it's crazy. That's just stuff that I done read over time, but that's neither here nor there. That's just another little rabbit hole. And other multiple races. Okay, so they have white or non-Hispanic, 58% of population, 194 million. Okay, black or African American, 13%, 44 million. Hispanic or Latino, 19%. Asians, 6%. American Indian, 1%. And other multiple races, 3%. I don't know, they didn't, hold on. Below are key statistics drawn from available sources for a note that race categories often overlap with ethnicity. Hispanic can be any race, but is sometimes reported separately. These focus on arrests and offsets, as offender database or data by race is typically based on arrest for known perpetrators. National arrest by race. This is from the FBI Table 43 from 2019, the year with full aggregated data before the NIBRS shift. Total arrests, 10 million. Adults and juveniles combined. Percentages reflect distribution among arrests, not population adjusted rates. Okay, so I still don't have the illegal immigrants in here anywhere. And it's kind of where I wanted to go with that. Crime statistics for illegal. Okay, they separated it in a different paragraph. No, you include everybody together. But just really quickly, we'll go over these just to make sure we keep them in our minds, right? Let's see. We have the offense category. Oh, they even broke down the offense category. I was looking for a general blanket. They even broke down like what kind of crime it is. All offenses, right? Total arrests. This is from 2019, okay? We have this many arrests, which is a lot. And then of all of these arrests, white people committed 69.4%, black people 26.6%, American Indian, Alaska Natives, that Alaska Native part always blows me, 2.4%, and then Asian Pacific Islanders, oh yeah, Islanders, true, 1.6%. Asian people are so peaceful. Honestly, they're so peaceful. I love them so much. But yeah, we could see who is the biggest and who is the smallest here. And honestly, being Asian and Pacific Islanders are so cool. Like, and Asian people are so like chill. Like, you have to do a lot, I feel like, because it just runs in their blood. They're just peaceful. They're just a peaceful people. I feel not peaceful, like they don't like do violent things, but like as far as like ruffling feathers and stuff as a whole, I feel like Asian and Pacific Islanders, they just don't do it like that. Like you gotta do a bunch. Like, it has to be some sort of real circumstances. Like, they have to already be mentally unstable, which happens, of course. The chemistry in your brain can be mentally unstable. They have to be already mentally unstable and have went through some certain life trauma, I feel like, before they really just go off and do something crazy. I swear, I don't think it's in their nature. I really don't. They're so like cool. I dropped my phone. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay, that's just my personal opinion though. I just feel like that's just not something that they just are just up and out doing. Like, Like what if you think about an Asian crime? When I think about if I think about an Asian crime, I would think like hacking or something. Like, I don't think like a violent crime. I just can't see it in my mind of like, I could see like them maybe, you know, getting drunk and being belligerent. But as far as like going out and shooting people or stabbing people and stuff like that, they might get drunk and disorderly. You know, like I don't see them being violent at all, like whatsoever. Like they might be like rowdy. It might be a rowdy, but I don't see it. I just don't see it. Not in general. Not saying any of them can't, but it's just not something that's just common. I don't think. I don't even across the world. I bet you if you go anywhere where there is an Asian population, they're probably the lowest percent of crime. Anywhere, everywhere. I promise you. I just don't know. I just don't see it. So let's see. They got another chart here. This was homicide offenders. So murder, you know. We got white 38, black 50, Hispanic 10, and other unknown 2%. That's probably that Asian right there. That Asian is probably half of this, like that 1% of homicide. That might not even one, like 0.5%, and then they put everybody else in the little thing. 0.5%. That's probably the Asian community. I'm telling you, they're so peaceful. I love them. And then let's get down to, because we've really got an idea of like the general people that's in charge of like most of the violent crime and things of that nature, gotten a better idea of that. So let's get into the undocumented immigrants here. Now it says illegal immigrants, often referred to as undocumented or unauthorized. I don't know about how they've been keeping it as far as the statistics is concerned. Hopefully we'll have a lot of good data from 2019. Are not racially category, or not a racial category, but an immigration status, predominantly affecting Hispanic and Latino individuals from Latin America, though they include people from various backgrounds. Official national crime statistics do not routinely track immigration status, making direct comparisons challenging. I can understand that. Data relies on state-level studies. Texas, the only state systematically tracking this. Cool. Academic research and federal reports on criminal non-citizens. A broad consensus from the multiple studies in 2024, 2025 shows undocumented immigrants have lower crime rates than the U.S.-born citizens and often lower than legal immigrants. No credible studies in the search results indicate higher rates. Claims a migrant crime wave are consistently debunked by data. Undocumented immigrants make up 3% of the U.S. population, 11 million in 2024 estimates. Reasons for lower rates include fear of deportation, self-selection, economic migrants avoiding risks. That's what I was just saying. Like, if I know I'm hot, why would I cause problems? You see what I'm saying? And commonly affects where immigration correlates with declining crime. Key findings from studies. National incarceration rates. Undocumented immigrants were 60% less likely to be incarcerated than the U.S.-born citizens. Overall, immigrants, including undocumented, had rates half or less for violent property and drug crimes. Texas arrest and conviction rates of 2012. Sorry, I'm looking for my chap. To 2018. PNA's study updated 2024 Cato analysis. Texas DPS tracks immigration status via fingerprints matched to federal databases. Undocumented immigrants had the lowest across categories. Arrest rates per 100,000 U.S. born 800 to 1,200 annually. Illegal immigrants lower. Undocumented by far the lowest. Specific figures show 50% lower than the U.S. born for violent crimes. 75% lower for property. Homicide conviction rates 2013 to 2022. Undocumented 1.5 per 100,000 U.S. born. 3.1 per 100,000. You see what I'm saying? They're here to work. They pay taxes. They don't cause crime. So what's the deal? Let's ask. Let's figure it out. Maybe there's something that I'm not seeing. Maybe my math in my head is biased. So let's just ask, flat out. Because maybe there is a reason. Maybe once you do all of this stuff and I'm just not seeing what would be the ultimate result. Like what's so great about this? Like there has to be a reason they're pushing it, right? There has to be something other than just pure they're not meant to be here, which is crazy because America is America and we're a melting pot and we're supposed to be accepting of everybody. Other than they're just breaking the law. Maybe at the end of the rainbow, there is a pot of gold, honey. Maybe I just don't see it. Let's find out. It's gonna take them a minute to think about that. So let's clean up here. We learned about that. We already got that. Let's clean up a bit. I'm keeping this because I'm gonna make something out of this. You sons of guns. Whoa. You mother lovers. I'm going to do something with this list. I swear I am. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Shame on all of you. Every single one. But I'm gonna minimize this. Actually, I'm gonna separate this. What's this one? Okay. Hold on. It done thinking. Hold on. We're going to go over the election next. So let's put this next to this. Okay. So overall, to the overview of claim benefits of mass deportation. Okay, here we go. Because I'm thinking there got to be a rainbow, a pot of gold at the end. There's something that I'm missing. You know, I'm missing something. And we're going to find out. Here we go. Mass deportations, often discussed in the context of U.S. immigration policy, are a polarizing topic. Proponents argue that they often offer several advantages, primarily in the economics, fiscal, security, and social domains. Excuse me. These claims are based on the idea that removing undocumented immigrants reduces competition and strain on resources while enforcing laws. However, critics counter that such policies could lead to significant economic disruptions, including reduced GDP and labor shortages. Below, I'll outline the main benefits as argued by supporters drawing from available sources. Note that impartial... That's what that said, right? That's not how you spell impartial. Impartial is spelled with an A, right? Empirical? What the hell does empirical mean? No, what does that mean? What is empirical? I never heard that word in my life. I've heard of a lot of things, though. ChatGPT, give me the quick answer. Just give it to me. It's just the definition, bro. You think too hard. You work too hard, honey. Empirical refers to something based on concerned with or verifiable by observation, experience, or experiment, rather than theory or pure logic. It's often used in contexts like science, research, and philosophy. Rather than theory or pure logic. Huh. Okay. Refers to something based on concerned with or verifiable by observation, experience, or experiment. So like vibes. That's what I think. Let's see. Okay. Note that empirical evidence on these benefits is mixed and often debated, with many studies highlighting net negative effects, fiscal savings, and reduced public spending. Proponents claim that mass deportations would lower government expenditures on services like healthcare, education, housing, and welfare. They don't qualify for healthcare. It's hard for them to get into education because you do need a social security card, a birth certificate, and all of that. So a lot of them are probably being homeschooled. They don't qualify for government assistance. And they don't qualify for welfare. They don't qualify for Section 8 housing. Because you have to have a basic EIN or green card. Provided to undocumented immigrants. This could free up taxpayer dollars for U.S. citizens and lead to tax reductions. Am I misunderstanding? That they don't qualify for these things? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? I might be tripping. Maybe, hold on. Estimates suggest illegal immigration costs each U.S. taxpayer around $1 to $1,500 to one taxpayer around $1,156 annually, after accounting for taxes paid by immigrants. With a lifetime physical drain of about $68,000 per immigrant. Deportations could halt ongoing costs, such as the billions spent on migrant assistance programs, $55 billion from FY 2021 to 2024 on refugee aid, HHS services, and FEMA shelters. Local examples include New York City savings around $5.5 billion, Massachusetts avoiding $2.8 billion in projected costs through 2026, and Denver reclaiming $340 million spent on migrant support. Supporters argue this reallocation benefits average Americans by easing budget strains on schools, emergency rooms, and social programs. The economic benefit: higher wages and job opportunities. By reducing the labor supply in lower skilled sectors, deportations could tighten the job market, leading to higher wages and more employment for U.S. citizens, especially in industries like agriculture, construction, and service. Decreased competition might raise pay for low-wage jobs, as seen during post-COVID labor shortages, when slowed immigration forced employers to increase wages. Some argue low-income workers could earn up to twice as much in roles typically filled by immigrants. Overall, this could reverse wage suppression attributed to undocumented labor, potentially increasing take-home pay despite possible inflations in goods. That's something else we got to talk about later. Proponents reference historical patterns where reduced immigration correlated with narrow wealth gaps, improved national security, and reduced crime. We just went over, okay. Deportations targeting criminal aliens could, babe, don't call them that. It's not accurate. Deportation targeting criminal aliens could enhance public safety by removing potential offenders, gangs, and those with terrorist ties, while freeing up prison and court resources. Prioritizing the removal of about 1 million criminal immigrants could lower crime rates and costs associated with incarceration, food, shelter, and healthcare for offenders. Examples include reducing fentanyl-related deaths and violence from unvetted entrants. Broader security benefits, including protecting Americans from harms like child trafficking involving an estimated 30,000 cases and lost tracking of over 300,000 unaccompanied children placed with sponsors. Supporters view this as morally just, prioritizing citizen well-being over migration costs. Ease pressure on housing and infrastructure. Removing millions of immigrants would decrease demand for housing, potentially lowering rents and home prices, especially in high influx areas. With 10 to 15 million rent arrivals inflating costs, deportations could make housing more affordable for renters and reduce overcrowding in schools and services. This might also alleviate strains on small towns facing population surges up to 50%. Additional relief could come from lower auto insurance rates due to fewer unlicensed drivers, the reduced infrastructure burdens in border states, political and legal enforcement benefits. Mass deportations are seen as upholding the rule of law, discouraging future illegal entries, and aligning with public sentiment. I don't know about that. They fulfill electoral promises, are politically popular as evidenced by support in the polls and elections. This sets a precedent against mass invasions and ensures immigration laws are respected. Culturally, some argue it preserves compatibility with American values by addressing incompatible elements in certain migrant groups. In summary, while these benefits are touted by advocacies as practical improvements for everyday Americans, many analysis projects offsetting drawbacks like economic contraction, e.g. 2.6% to 6.2% GDP reduction. That's the income of money, right? I believe so. And higher consumer pricing. The net impact depends on the implication scale and scope, with historical precedents like past administrations' deportations offering mixed lessons. So they're saying that there could be a possibility after the income, like the benefits of it is like higher wages and job opportunities, improved national security, that we could get cheaper housing, things of that nature. But I just don't see like these things happening. I don't think that housing prices are going to decrease. I just don't see it. Like the area and the money and what they're telling us that their house is gonna cost that. I just don't like. How do they explain it? How would that work? Less people means that houses will become cheaper? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Removing millions of immigrants would decrease demand for housing. Okay. Potentially lowering rents and home prices, especially in high influx areas. With 10 to 15 million recent arrivals inflating costs, deportations could make housing more affordable for renters and reduce overcrowding in schools and services. I'm just curious, because I'm trying to see if they can, like, how, because my kids, I have to have like their doctor's records, their shot records, their socials. Like maybe it's just my city. Is it in more rural areas where they're like loosey goosey with the rules? Like I literally have to submit 2 utility bills or they're gonna kick my kids out every year. You see what I'm saying? Like maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I have a lack of understanding of how it works state by state. You know, because I'm not super smart. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. So maybe I have a very tiny understanding of how these things work. Education for undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants, often referred to as unauthorized or illegal immigrants, have limited access to education in the U.S. with distinctions between K through 12 and higher levels. K through 12 public education. Yes, undocumented children can attend public K through 12 schools regardless of immigration status. This is a key exception in general restrictions on federal benefits stemming from the 1982 Supreme Court ruling in Plyer versus Doe, which mandates free public education for all children. That's beautiful. Programs like school breakfast and lunch are also available to all enrolled children, irrespective of status. I love that for us. Wow. Okay. Higher education, career, technical, and adult education. Undocumented immigrants are generally ineligible for federal financial aid such as Pell Grants, student loans, or subsidies under the Higher Education Act, a July 2025 interpretive rule for the U.S. Department of Education explicitly ends taxpayer subsidization for post-secondary education programs, including career and technical education under the Carl D. Perkins Act and the adult education under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. This rule effective immediately, but with enforcement delayed until September 2025 due to legal challenges, requires verification of eligibility and applies only to U.S. citizens, permanent residents, and qualified immigrants. Some states may offer in-state tuition and limited state aid to undocumented students, but federal restrictions dominate. Early childhood programs. Access varies. For example, Head Start, early education for low-income families, was reclassified in July of 2025 to exclude undocumented immigrants, limiting it to qualified individuals. Housing for undocumented immigrants. Public housing assistance. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for federal housing programs such as public housing, Section 8 vouchers, or other HUD subsidized assistance. Eligibility is limited to U.S. citizens and certain lawfully represent immigrants, green card holders, refugees, so on and so forth. In mixed status families where some members are citizens, are eligible, and others are undocumented, assistance is proportionate based on the number of eligible members, but the undocumented individuals themselves receive no benefits. Recent 2025 changes include HUD's push for public housing agencies to report immigration status data. Oh, that's disgusting. Which could lead to increased scrutiny and potential loss of funding for non-compliance. Though it doesn't alter core eligibility rules, this has raised concerns about chilling effects where families may avoid applying due to fears of deportation. Private housing. Undocumented immigrants can apply for and rent private housing or apartments, as landlords are not required to check immigration status, though some may ask for ID. However, they may face barriers like lack of credit history or discrimination. No government assistance applies here. Other housing related supports. Programs like the projects for assistance in transition from homelessness services were newly restricted in July. July is really doing some work here. Of 2025 to exclude undocumented immigrants under expanded federal public benefits definitions. Government assistance for undocumented immigrants. Under the 1996 Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, or the PRWORA, undocumented immigrants are classified as non-qualified and are generally ineligible for most federal public benefits. A July 2025 policy expanded this to 44 programs, barring access to additional health, mental health, and social supports. States can use their own funds for some benefits, leading to variations. Emergency and public health exemptions exist federally. Yeah, that sounds about accurate. We're gonna get to that too. Immigration and border security. Wait, this ain't the right page. Sorry, I lost it. 1 second. We can get rid of that. We know what that is now. Yes, the Republican Party is racist, by the way. That's the conclusion I got. I lost my page. Okay, here we go. That's not it. Okay. Did I close it? I must have closed it. I must have closed it by accident. But we're gonna move forward here. So we've already established that the immigrations, the system, how the bills and the taxes work, right? And then I do not see the overall benefit from deporting all the immigrants. We've already established how much money they benefit from us, even though this is saying that the U.S. taxpayers cover about 1,139, I think it said. Let me make sure. This is the right page. Okay, so this says estimates suggest illegal immigration costs the U.S. taxpayers around $1,156 annually after accounting for taxes paid by immigrants. And in all honesty, $1,156 for everything that they provide and all the labor and services that they do and things of that nature. I don't see a problem with it. I don't see a problem because they also give taxes. This could be a much higher thing if they didn't provide their own money. Like, we're gonna bypass it because I will swear to goodness gracious, I will rant. Okay, so let's talk about, actually, let's get back to the BBB really quickly. So, because I think I just got a little bit more to go before we're done covering the summary of the BBB, and then we'll get into the actual bill. So defense and debt, defense and debt, 150 billion extra for defense. Missiles, ships, Indo-Pacific readiness raises the debt ceiling by 5 trillion. You raise the debt ceiling. Why would you do that? I was just listening to people talk about the debt ceiling, and it's not what you think it is. That's a whole nother rabbit hole about how the dollar is calculated and how we went from gold to, what did they call it, to like the dollar, which is it's a thing. It's a whole nother thing of how we are living in an imaginary safe bubble right now, and the bubble is about to pop in a minute. But that's a different rabbit hole. I can't even get into that right now. Education and outer and other, caps, grad student loans, shifts repayment plans, adds workforce, Pell grants for short job training, tax credits for private school donations, tax credit for private school donations. Okay. Expands 529 plans, rescinds funds for things like freeway removal and electric buses. Impacts and reception. So this is the general overall here. The CBO pegs it at adding 2.8 to 3 trillion to the debt. Oh my god, I thought it was about to, I literally was thinking that it was about to be like, we're going to cure this amount. But they said they're going to add it to the debt. Does that mean what I think it means? Please tell me that don't mean what I think it means. Let me finish reading. Because maybe I'm misunderstanding. I must be misunderstanding. No. Nay. I'm going to do it again. The CBO pegs it at adding 2.8 to 3 trillion to the debt over 10 years, with 4.46 trillion in lost tax revenue. It could leave 10.9 to 13.7 million more uninsured. I thought it was only 10.3. Speed up Social Security, Medicare insolvency by a year and lead to 51,000 preventable deaths. I told you we was gonna die annually from health cuts per researchers. On the flip side, okay, we got a little positive coming, guys. Okay. Let's see. This flip side is going to be so good. This is going to be a great flip, guys. On the flip side, it boosts higher earnings. Top 10% see 2.7 income increase. It boosts high earner. What? Wait. On the flip side, it boosts high earners, i.e. the top 10%, see 2.7 income rise. While hitting the bottom 10% hardest. 3.1% drop. Energy wise, it might kill 830,000 jobs. Hike household costs by 50%, but I thought they said that. I need some water. Oh boy. Energy wise, it might kill 8,000. Oh my god, I can't read no more. 830,000 jobs. Hike household costs by 50% by 2035 and let China lead in renewables. Public opinion, mostly negative. 49 to 64% oppose in polls from Pew, Fox, and KFF. Critics call it a reverse Robin Hood for favoring the rich and slashing safety nets. Even Elon Musk blasted it as a disgusting abomination, but supporters hail it as delivering on Trump's promises, like bigger tax breaks for small businesses and border funding. If you meant a different big beautiful bill or want details on specific parts like the tax changes or immigration stuff, let me know. I can zoom in further. Did I get rid of that page? let's talk about the upcoming elections, shall we? Because we know now that all Republicans, except for two, voted for this bill to pass. They saw the bill, they understood the bill, they passed the bill. One of the things, let's go back to the upcoming elections. Come on, where's that page at that I have? Here it is. Okay. When are the elections coming? Okay. The next major elections in the United States are off-year elections scheduled for November 4th of 2025. Oops. Sorry. These include gubernatorial races in New Jersey and Virginia, state legislation elections for the lower houses in New Jersey and Virginia, special U.S. House elections such as Texas's 18th congressional district, November 4th, and Tennessee's 7th congressional district in December 2nd. Local elections, including mayoral races in dozens of cities like Albuquerque, okay. Atlanta, Boston, Charlotte, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Minneapolis, and Seattle, St. Paul. Internationally, upcoming national level elections after October 7th include Syria, Central African. Okay, we can't get into that. We need to focus on America right now, honey. Okay. So, these are the upcoming elections. What I'm going to end up doing is looking up these specific elections, seeing who's running and putting that information out. Because I don't know how it works, if it has to be an even kilter, but we need to start voting for the right people here. These people don't have our best interest in mind. They don't care about us. They care about their agenda. So let's figure this out. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act, or the OBBBA, signed into law by President Trump on July 4th, which is atrocious and it's very, very detrimental to us, is a sweeping reconciliation bill that implements tax cuts, spending reductions, and policy reforms across areas like taxes, healthcare, immigration, emergency, agriculture, education, and defense. It was passed via budget reconciliation to avoid a Senate filibuster, adding an estimated 2.4 to 2.8 trillion with a T, baby. That's bigger than a B. To the federal deficit over a decade, according to Congressional Budget Office, or the CBO projections. Key negative effects. I kind of want to know. Here we go. I'm skipping that part right now because we know. I can't read it again. No provisions in the bill explicitly exempts members of Congress or federal employees from its effects. All changes such as tax adjustments, health care cuts, environmental rollbacks, and fiscal impacts apply generally to the public without carve-outs. Congress members would therefore be affected like any other U.S. citizen or resident, depending on their personal circumstances, income level for tax benefits, phase out eligibility for programs like Medicaid if applicable, or border economic consequences like higher energy costs or deficit driven inflation. For instance, they would face the same regressive tax structure and potential increase in healthcare or energy expenses, though higher income individuals, common among Congress members, might net positive from tax cuts while still experiencing systematic negatives like environmental degradation and national debt burdens. Higher income individuals, and that's common among Congress members, might net positive from tax cuts because they, oh my God. So oof. Okay. Yeah, we went over these already, guys. It's very depressing. I'm gonna put some things together just as a general kind of layout for the negative effects. I'm gonna put out the Congress upcoming elections. Excuse me. I'm gonna put out the upcoming elections and who's running and things of that nature. It's very important for us to understand what these people have done and what they've been doing since they've been in their seat. And if they need to be removed, we need to start paying more attention and removing them, because these votes that they're doing, these yays and these nays, are detrimental to us. All of the Republicans, except for those two Republicans who sounded like they have really cool backgrounds, they should be ashamed of themselves for passing this act that is going to be so detrimental to the American people. I feel physically nauseous knowing that people exist that's running our lives like this. And I feel ashamed that we have allowed ourselves to be in this position, because maybe if more of us were, including myself, if more of us were in the know of what's going on, like I just assumed, like, they're in these positions, they care about the people. You don't get in these positions to like I understand corruption in corporations, like Apple and stuff like that, but I thought the government, people that run for Congress and things like that, have our best interest at heart, until I started seeing all the votes that are passing through the Supreme Court and things of that nature. And now I'm looking into it, and I'm really truly realizing that they don't have our best interest at heart. They have their own agenda, and they are corrupt. And I feel like with a racist, fascist president and the administration running the way that it is, I have thought about how is he able to do the things that he does and get away with it, and nobody is like actually like stepping up to what's going on. Like, half of the stuff that he's doing is highly illegal. You see what I'm saying? And then I even looked it up, and I was like, how, if the president does something illegal, who is there to stop him? And they were like, the Senate. Or no, did they say the Senate? I think they said I think they said the Congress. I think they, no. Oh my God, let me ask again. just sitting here thinking about all of the how I'm just trying to understand how we got here, guys. I don't understand how they allowed these things to happen. I'm very sad. In the United States, holding a presidential accountable for committing a crime involves a combination of constitutional, legal, and political mechanisms, primarily centered on the Congress. Okay, that's what I thought. The judiciary and federal or state prosecutors. These processes are shaped by the U.S. Constitution, historical precedents, Department of Justice, DOJ policies, and Supreme Court rulings. Below, I'll outline the key responsible parties and methods focusing on accountability rather than real-time interventions, as stopping an ongoing crime would typically fall under law enforcement or executive branch officials. But the president's position complicates this due to immunity considerations. Congress impeachment removal, which we understand they're trying to do. Department of Justice and federal prosecutors, criminal prosecution. I don't see that happening. State prosecutors, potential for state level charges. I don't see that happening either. Supreme Court, absolutely not. So, yeah. I think he's unstoppable. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Let's just all be honest with ourselves here. I don't think with the way that things are going that anybody is really truly trying to remove this man. And if they are, there are too many things in place that's going to stop them from doing that. And with this bill being passed is a very great example of how we are freaking screwed. I have been here for 4 hours and 20 minutes. And I, as a regular person, understands how detrimental this is to us. 218 people voted yes and did not care about the projected 10.3 to 13.3, or I think it was 13.4 million people that will be cut from their Medicaid, that will be affected by the increase in prices, that will be affected by all of this, all the projected deaths. What was it, 15? I think it was like 15 or 50. What was it? I don't know where the page is at now. But there's a projected amount of people that's going to die because of the cuts to Medicaid. And it's a big number. I must have closed the page or something. But there's a lot of people that's projected to die because of the cuts to Medicaid insurance. I think I found it. 80, okay. The impacts. So 200, I read this already, but let's just read it again. So you have it in your mind that 218 freaking people understood this and was like, yeah, let's do it. The CBO pegs it as adding $2.8 to $3 trillion to the debt over 10 years with 4.46 trillion in lost tax revenue. It could leave 10.9 to 13.7 million more uninsured, speed up Social Security Medicare insolvency by a year, and lead to 51,000 preventable deaths annually. That's every fucking year. From health cuts. We only have what was it, 4.8? How much was it? It was 438.7 million people. Yeah. How many over the course until 2034? Hold on. Until 2034, 2025, that's what? Freaking 25 to 35 will be 10. So 9 years. I got a calculator. So we are 51,000 annually, multiplied by 9, 459,000 people within 9 years will be dead, projected, between now and 2035. 218 people knew this and was like, yeah, let's do it. On the flip side, it boosts higher earners, top 10%, see 2.7 increase in income rise, while hitting the bottom 10%, the poorest people in America, the hardest 3.1% drop. So we're already broke. You're going to make us broker. How is that possible? We're going to find out. Energy-wise, it's going to kill 830,000 jobs. Mind you, me, don't fucking get it twisted. Like, we're not already on the down spiral here. Congress members will... This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. While Brock thinks, hike household cost by 50% by 2035. That's 10 years. And let China lead in renewables. Public opinion, mostly negative. Bro, 218 people saw this and was like, yeah, let's do it. This is the worst part. It's absolutely disgusting. Oh my goodness, it's taking a minute to look at that. I had another whole thing pulled up, guys. We were supposed to talk about more than one thing. This big beautiful bill took me 4 hours and a half, and we didn't even break it down. We only went over the summary. And I think I'm gonna have to hang my coat after this one loads in, because what time is it? No, it's not. It's 1:27. Go back. I also want you to see my screen. Look at it. It's so handsome. It's 1:27. You see Zoro and Sanji? Those are my guys. They're so happy together. Look at them. So handsome. I love them. I love their relationship. In my dreams. The latest official U.S. jobs data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics is for August 2025, as the government shutdown delayed the release of September of 2025 report, originally scheduled for October 3rd. As of October 8, 2025, the September report remains unavailable. I wonder why. Private sector estimates suggesting weak or negative job growth for September, but these are not official. Key official figures for August of 2025: total non-farm payroll employment, 159,540,000. Monthly change in non-farm payroll employment plus 22,000. A little net change with gains in healthcare and social assistance offset by losses in government, manufacturing, and wholesale trade. Unemployment rate is at 4.3%. The number of unemployed persons, 7.4 million. Labor force participation, 62.3 million percent. I apologize. Average hourly earnings, private non-farm, $36.53, up to 33.7% over the past year. Who's making that? Whose average earnings are you talking about? That's crazy. Cause who makes $36 an hour? Like the average in, I think, Louisiana is like 7 something. Here's a breakdown of the official monthly net job additions for the most recent available month in 2025. Net jobs added 19 million, 13. June, negative 13. July, 79,000. What? Where are you getting this from? All employees total non-farm payment. August. April 2020. All employees total non-farm. Labor force participation. Average hourly earnings. Unemployment rate. Two 2020 was a beast. .3%, 11. 9. 4.1. Am I tripping? I swear I saw somebody say something opposite of this. Maybe I'm tripping. Job openings total. Hmm. Eleven thousands. Job openings total. Seems like we're evened out. Seems like we're kind of evened out. Am I tripping or do I remember something? I might be reaching, but let me ask something real quick. I just want to make sure. Because I'm trying to figure out. I remember reading something about firing a lady, and then when he hired somebody else, they were like, "Oh, we found new numbers or something." Do I remember that right? Am I tripping? Could have been a dream. The U.S. job numbers, primarily reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, have indeed been subject to significant downward revisions in recent years, sparking widespread accusation of fudging or manipulation, particularly from conservative commenters and politicians like former President Trump. Former! Maybe they're talking about his first presidency. However, official explanations attribute these changes to standard methodical adjustments rather than deliberate fraud. Below, I'll break this down based on available data up to October 25, focusing on facts that scale revisions and the surrounding debate. What are job number revisions and why do they happen? BLS monthly job reports from the current employment statistics survey are initial estimates based on surveys about 120,000 businesses. These are revised twice in subsequent months as more data comes in and annually benchmark against a more comprehensive quarterly census of employment and wages. Data from the state unemployment insurance records. Revisions are routine and can go up or down. For example, during economic vitality, post 2008 secession of or 2008 or COVID 2009. Why do I keep wanting to say 2019? COVID-19, large adjustments are common. The process isn't unique in any administration. Similar revisions occur under Trump. 2020 data was revised and amid pandemic chaos. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. The COVID thing happened, that's right. Recent revisions scale timeline. The most notable recent revisions cover the Biden/Trump transition period, with large downward adjustments announced in 2025. Initial job gains reported. Period. April of 2024 to March of 2025. The initial gains reported was 2.9 million. Revised gains 2.0 million. Net revisions negative 911,000. Notes: largest percentage revision since 2009, primarily benchmark released September 9th, 2025. Final benchmark due February of 2026. Okay, so in April of 2023 to March 2024, we're going backwards. I don't want to go backwards too far. Let's look at the most recent ones. Monthly examples of 2025. May 2025, we reported the initial jobs gain was 144,000. Guys, my brain is starting to break. I need to go. 1,044,000. In June, it was 147,000. And then in July, it was 37 or 73,000. Revised up slightly. Okay. Oh, wait. This is the initial gains reported, but the revised gains is lower. Oh my God. The revised gains from 147,000 to negative 13. That's what made me suspicious. This negative 13 and then it jumped up to 79,000. How does that work? Net revision. July revised up slightly, 27,000 in openings, but higher separations are down. Yeah. That's really sad though. So the numbers I feel like are messed with a little bit. This doesn't make sense to me. Negative 13 to jump to 73, it doesn't make sense. I feel like something's weird. But we are, in trouble. The next thing we're gonna do on the next one, because I'm gonna hang my coat up today. On the next one, we are going to look into what we can do. This one. Can the OBBB be affected or changed before it's enacted? Some of it is already active right now, but we are going to look into if it's possible for some of the more scarier things that's going to happen, if it's possible that we could change anything about like the Medicaid cuts, what's going to go on with housing, things of that nature. Like, is there anything we could do as far as what we can do, who we can bring in to make an effect? If we have enough people that's in the right positions, will it be able to make an effect on the OBBB and to ensure that the people aren't being totally slaughtered? 830,000 people are projected to die annually. And they wanted this? We need to start looking into who these people are. We need to start figuring out how to get them out of their seats. I don't know if impeaching congressmen is possible. We need to look up, does the Democrats and the Republicans have to be even kilter? Like, do you need one per thing for each state? Like, do each state need one Republican representative and one Democrat representative? Is it possible to at all vote all Democrat if they have that as an option? Like, as far as the upcoming midterms is concerned, do we have enough Democrats running? Like, what's going on? Because these people do not have our best interests at heart. They do not care about us. And we need to get people in office that do care. So we're going to focus on that next. We're going to focus on the upcoming elections. We're going to focus on what can we do, or is there anything that can be done? Because we do see stuff that exists like filibusters and things of that nature. They did put something into place to prevent a filibuster for this one, but there could be something else that we could do that could stop this thing. I know it's already passed, but anything can be reversed, right? Everything should be able to be reversed. Even if it's passed, it should be able to be dealt with somehow. Like, can you take it apart? Can you take little pieces out? Can you renegotiate? Like, what's going on? We're going to figure that out next time. Okay, guys? I appreciate everybody that came out, that joined me on this research on the BBB, or the HR1 One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Why did they choose to name it the One Big Beautiful Bill? I will never comprehend, because it's not beautiful. It is big, but it's not beautiful. And it's very detrimental to us, guys. I'm going to be posting more facts and things of that nature across all platforms on the research that we've done tonight. And I hope everybody out there stay safe. Go, take a nice warm bubble bath. Do something positive. Eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich to make yourself feel better, and we'll figure this thing out, guys. Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.